In shadowed tombs and silent ruins, secrets sleep undisturbed. Ancient whispers linger, teasing truths hidden just beyond reach. These mysteries pulse through the earth, enigmas etched into forgotten walls and relics that defy reason. Will we ever decode the messages left behind? Or are some truths destined to remain forever buried? Göbekli Tepe is an extraordinary archaeological site that has revolutionized our understanding of ancient human civilization. Located in southeastern Turkey, near the modern city of Şanlıurfa, this remarkable complex sits atop a limestone ridge overlooking the Harran Plain. Dating back to the 10th millennium before the Common Era, Göbekli Tepe predates the invention of pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even agriculture. This makes it one of the oldest known examples of monumental architecture in the world, challenging previous theories about the capabilities of hunter-gatherer societies. The site consists of several circular enclosures, each containing massive T-shaped stone pillars arranged in a ring. These pillars, some standing up to 20 feet tall and weighing as much as 20 tons, are adorned with intricate carvings of animals, abstract symbols, and human-like figures. The level of craftsmanship and organization required to create such structures suggests a complex society existed far earlier than previously thought. Göbekli Tepe has been interpreted as a possible ceremonial center or gathering place for early human communities. Its discovery has prompted archaeologists and historians to reconsider the timeline of human cultural development, suggesting that complex religious or social structures may have preceded the advent of agriculture rather than the other way around. Göbekli Tepe, a remarkable archaeological site in southeastern Turkey, is estimated to be around 12,000 years old. This ancient complex of circular structures dates back to the 10th millennium before the Common Era, making it one of the oldest known examples of monumental architecture in human history. The site predates the invention of pottery, metallurgy, and even the wheel, challenging our understanding of early human civilization. Archaeologists believe Göbekli Tepe was constructed during the Neolithic period, at a time when humans were transitioning from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to early forms of agriculture. The site's age places it several millennia before the construction of other well-known ancient structures like the pyramids of Egypt or Stonehenge in England. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric societies. Its existence suggests that complex social organization and the ability to mobilize significant labor forces existed far earlier than previously thought. This has led researchers to reevaluate theories about the development of human civilization and the role of religion and ritual in early societies. Göbekli Tepe has fundamentally altered our perception of early human societies and their capabilities. This ancient site, located in southeastern Turkey, dates back to around 10,000 years before the present, predating the invention of pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even agriculture as we know it. What makes Göbekli Tepe truly revolutionary is its scale and sophistication. The site features massive stone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, intricately carved with depictions of animals and abstract symbols. These structures required a level of organization, planning, and engineering that was previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. The existence of Göbekli Tepe challenges the long-held belief that agriculture was the catalyst for complex social structures and monumental architecture. Instead, it suggests that communal religious or ritual practices may have been the driving force behind the transition to settled societies. This insight has led archaeologists to reconsider the timeline and motivations for the development of civilization. Furthermore, the artistic and symbolic complexity found at Göbekli Tepe indicates that early humans possessed a rich cultural and possibly spiritual life, far more advanced than previously imagined. This discovery has prompted a re-evaluation of cognitive and social evolution in early human societies, pushing back the timeline for the emergence of complex, symbolic thinking and organized religion. Göbekli Tepe, located in southeastern Turkey, is a remarkable archaeological site that has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric human civilization. The main features of this ancient complex are its massive stone pillars arranged in circular formations. These T-shaped pillars, some standing up to 20 feet tall and weighing as much as 20 tons, were erected approximately 12,000 years ago, predating the Egyptian pyramids by over 7,000 years. The pillars at Göbekli Tepe are intricately carved with various animal figures, including foxes, bulls, cranes, and lions. These carvings suggest a complex symbolic system and provide insights into the beliefs and practices of the people who built the site. Interestingly, no residential structures have been found at Göbekli Tepe, leading archaeologists to believe it was primarily used for ritual or ceremonial purposes. Another striking feature of Göbekli Tepe is its deliberate burial. After being in use for several centuries, the entire site was intentionally covered with earth and debris. This act of preservation has helped maintain the structures in remarkably good condition, allowing modern researchers to study them in detail. The construction of Göbekli Tepe required a level of organization and labor previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. This discovery has prompted a re-evaluation of the capabilities of prehistoric humans and the origins of complex social structures. The site continues to challenge our assumptions about the development of human civilization and the role of religion and symbolism in early societies. Göbekli Tepe, an ancient site in southeastern Turkey, has revolutionized our understanding of Neolithic societies. This remarkable archaeological discovery dates back to around 10,000 years ago, predating the invention of pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even agriculture. The sophistication of its construction and artwork has forced archaeologists to reconsider long-held beliefs about early human civilization. The site features massive stone pillars arranged in circular patterns, many adorned with intricate carvings of animals and abstract symbols. These structures required a level of planning, coordination, and artistic skill previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. The sheer scale of Göbekli Tepe suggests that large groups of people came together to create this monumental complex, challenging our assumptions about the social organization of Neolithic communities. Perhaps most surprisingly, Göbekli Tepe appears to have been built for ceremonial or religious purposes rather than as a permanent settlement. This indicates that complex belief systems and ritualistic practices existed before the development of agriculture and settled life. It suggests that spiritual or ideological motivations may have played a more significant role in the transition to agriculture than previously thought. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe has led to a re-evaluation of the capabilities of early human societies. It demonstrates that our ancestors were capable of far more sophisticated endeavors than simply surviving from day to day. This site serves as a testament to the ingenuity, creativity, and complex social structures that existed in the Neolithic period, challenging us to rethink the timeline and driving forces behind the development of human civilization. Göbekli Tepe, an ancient site in southeastern Turkey, has puzzled archaeologists since its discovery. This complex of massive stone pillars, dating back to around 12,000 years ago, predates agriculture and settled societies, challenging our understanding of early human civilization. One prominent theory suggests Göbekli Tepe served as a religious or ceremonial center. The intricate carvings on the pillars, depicting animals and abstract symbols, hint at a sophisticated belief system. Some researchers propose it was a pilgrimage site, drawing people from far and wide to participate in rituals or spiritual practices. Another theory posits that Göbekli Tepe was an astronomical observatory. The alignment of certain structures might have been used to track celestial events, possibly linking earthly rituals with cosmic cycles. This idea suggests our ancestors possessed a more advanced understanding of astronomy than previously thought. Some archaeologists speculate that Göbekli Tepe played a role in the transition to agriculture. It might have been a gathering place where hunter-gatherer groups exchanged knowledge, potentially catalyzing the development of farming techniques. The site's construction, requiring organized labor and resources, could have inadvertently led to the need for more permanent settlements and food production methods. Göbekli Tepe, an ancient archaeological site in southeastern Turkey, was first uncovered in 1994 by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt. However, the site had been noted decades earlier during a survey conducted by Istanbul University and the University of Chicago in 1963. At that time, researchers mistook the large limestone slabs for gravestones and did not investigate further. Schmidt's discovery came about when he recognized the archaeological significance of the site, which local farmers had long known about but not understood. He noticed that the hills were unnaturally shaped and littered with flint artifacts, indicating human activity. Excavations began in 1995, revealing a complex of circular structures with massive stone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric human societies. The site dates back to the 10th millennium before the Common Era, making it over 11,000 years old. This places its construction in the early Neolithic period, predating pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even agriculture as we know it. What makes Göbekli Tepe particularly remarkable is its sophisticated construction at a time when humans were thought to be simple hunter-gatherers. The site suggests that complex religious or social structures existed far earlier than previously believed, challenging many assumptions about the development of human civilization. Göbekli Tepe, the ancient archaeological site in Turkey, presents compelling evidence of intentional burial. Excavations have revealed that the entire complex was carefully covered with thousands of cubic meters of earth and debris. This massive undertaking would have required significant effort and planning, indicating a deliberate act rather than natural accumulation over time. The fill material used to bury the site contains a mix of limestone fragments, flint tools, and animal bones. Importantly, this material is densely packed and uniform throughout, suggesting it was deposited relatively quickly and systematically. Archaeologists have found no layers of natural sediment accumulation between the structures and the fill, which would be expected if the site had been abandoned and gradually covered over centuries. Furthermore, the excellent preservation of the stone structures and carvings suggests they were protected from weathering and erosion soon after their creation. This level of preservation would be unlikely if the site had been left exposed for an extended period before being buried by natural processes. The ritual significance of burial in many ancient cultures adds weight to the theory of intentional interment. Some researchers propose that the act of burying Göbekli Tepe might have been a ceremonial event, marking the end of the site's use or a significant cultural shift. This deliberate burial has inadvertently preserved one of the most remarkable and ancient archaeological sites ever discovered, providing invaluable insights into early human civilization. Göbekli Tepe stands out as a remarkable anomaly among Neolithic sites, challenging our understanding of early human civilization. Located in southeastern Turkey, this ancient complex predates pottery, metallurgy, writing, and even the wheel. What sets Göbekli Tepe apart is its sheer scale and sophistication. The site features massive stone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular formations. These pillars are adorned with intricate carvings of animals and abstract symbols, showcasing a level of artistic skill previously thought impossible for hunter-gatherer societies. Unlike other Neolithic sites that typically show evidence of permanent settlements and agriculture, Göbekli Tepe appears to have been primarily a ceremonial center. This suggests a complex social structure and shared belief system among the people who built it, long before the advent of settled farming communities. The age of Göbekli Tepe is particularly astounding. Radiocarbon dating places its construction around 12,000 years ago, making it older than Stonehenge by about 7,000 years, and predating the Egyptian pyramids by nearly 7,500 years. This timeline forces us to reconsider the capabilities of our ancient ancestors and the origins of organized religion and monumental architecture. The construction of Göbekli Tepe, an ancient site in Turkey dating back to around 10,000 years before the present, would have required a surprising level of technological sophistication for its time. The builders would have needed sturdy stone tools, including flint knives, chisels, and hammers, to carve and shape the massive limestone pillars that characterize the site. Given the size and weight of these pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, the builders must have developed methods for quarrying, transporting, and erecting these enormous stones. This likely involved the use of wooden rollers and sleds, as well as ropes made from plant fibers or animal hide to move the pillars into place. For the intricate carvings found on many of the pillars, the craftsmen would have used finer tools, possibly made from obsidian or other hard stones. These tools would have allowed for the detailed depictions of animals and abstract symbols that adorn the structures. The level of planning and coordination required for such a monumental project suggests that the builders of Göbekli Tepe had developed sophisticated methods of communication and social organization. While not technological tools in the modern sense, these social innovations were crucial for orchestrating the labor and resources needed for this remarkable feat of prehistoric engineering. The Atlantis myth has captivated imaginations for thousands of years, originating from the ancient Greek philosopher Plato's writings in the 4th century BCE. Plato described Atlantis as a powerful and advanced island nation that existed 9,000 years before his time, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. In his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, Plato portrayed Atlantis as a utopian civilization with a complex system of canals, concentric islands, and a prosperous society. However, he also described its downfall, claiming that Atlantis was destroyed by natural disasters and sank into the ocean in a single day and night. Many scholars believe Plato intended the Atlantis story as an allegory to illustrate his ideas about the ideal society and the consequences of hubris. Others have speculated that Plato might have based his tale on real historical events, possibly inspired by the destruction of the Minoan civilization on Crete due to a massive volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Thera around 1600 BCE. Despite numerous expeditions and theories, no concrete evidence of Atlantis has ever been found. The myth continues to inspire countless books, movies, and archaeological pursuits, demonstrating the enduring appeal of lost civilizations and the human desire to uncover hidden truths about our past. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato first wrote about Atlantis in 2 of his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, composed around 360 years before the Common Era. Plato presented Atlantis as a powerful and advanced island nation that existed 9,000 years before his time, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. In these writings, Plato described Atlantis as a utopian civilization with a complex system of canals, concentric islands, and a prosperous society. He portrayed it as a formidable naval power that conquered parts of Europe and Africa before being defeated by ancient Athens. According to the story, Atlantis ultimately sank into the ocean due to a natural catastrophe, possibly an earthquake or flood. It is important to note that Plato used the story of Atlantis as an allegory to explore his ideas about the ideal society, governance, and the hubris of nations. Many scholars debate whether Plato intended the story to be taken as historical fact or as a philosophical parable. Despite this, the tale of Atlantis has captured the imagination of people for centuries, spawning countless theories, expeditions, and works of fiction. The enduring fascination with Atlantis stems from its portrayal as an advanced civilization lost to time, prompting ongoing discussions about ancient technologies, lost knowledge, and the cyclical nature of human societies. This captivating narrative continues to influence modern popular culture and inspire scientific investigations into ancient civilizations and geological events. Atlantis, the legendary island civilization, has captivated human imagination for millennia. According to ancient Greek texts, primarily those of Plato, Atlantis was a powerful and advanced society, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now identify as the Strait of Gibraltar. Plato described Atlantis as a large island, larger than ancient Libya and Asia combined, situated in the Atlantic Ocean. The city of Atlantis itself was said to be built on a hill, surrounded by concentric rings of land and water. At its center stood a magnificent temple dedicated to Poseidon, the god of the sea. The Atlanteans were portrayed as skilled engineers, having constructed elaborate canals, bridges, and harbors. Their technology was said to be far superior to that of other civilizations of the time. Plato also described Atlantis as a wealthy and powerful nation, rich in natural resources, including gold, silver, and a mysterious metal called orichalcum. The Atlanteans were depicted as great mariners and traders, with a powerful navy that allowed them to exert control over vast territories. However, despite their advancements, Plato's account suggests that the Atlanteans eventually became corrupt and imperialistic. According to the ancient texts, Atlantis ultimately met a catastrophic end. Plato wrote that the island was destroyed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. This cataclysmic event was presented as divine punishment for the Atlanteans' hubris and moral decline. It is important to note that while these descriptions have fueled centuries of speculation and exploration, the existence of Atlantis remains unproven, and many scholars consider it to be a work of fiction created by Plato to illustrate his philosophical ideas. The search for Atlantis has enthralled people for millennia, sparking countless expeditions and inspiring works of art and literature. This enduring fascination stems from the tantalizing blend of historical mystery and philosophical allegory that surrounds the legendary lost city. The story of Atlantis originated with the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who described it as a powerful and advanced civilization that suddenly vanished beneath the waves. This tale of a highly developed society that met a catastrophic end resonates with our collective imagination, tapping into our curiosity about lost knowledge and forgotten civilizations. The allure of Atlantis is further enhanced by its potential to shed light on human history and capabilities. If such an advanced civilization truly existed in ancient times, it could revolutionize our understanding of technological and cultural development. This prospect of uncovering hidden truths about our past continues to drive researchers and enthusiasts in their quest. Moreover, the search for Atlantis reflects humanity's persistent desire to explore and uncover the unknown. It embodies the spirit of discovery that has led to many significant archaeological and historical findings throughout the years. This combination of mystery, potential knowledge, and the thrill of exploration ensures that the legend of Atlantis continues to captivate people across generations. The lost city of Atlantis has captivated imaginations for centuries, spawning numerous theories about its potential location. One prominent hypothesis places Atlantis in the Mediterranean Sea, specifically near the island of Santorini. Proponents of this theory point to the Minoan civilization that once thrived there, suggesting that a massive volcanic eruption around 1500 BCE might have destroyed this advanced society, giving rise to the Atlantis legend. Another popular theory situates Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, often near the Strait of Gibraltar. This idea aligns with Plato's original description of Atlantis lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which many interpret as the Strait of Gibraltar. Some researchers have even proposed underwater formations off the coast of Cuba or the Bimini Road in the Bahamas as potential Atlantis candidates. A more controversial theory places Atlantis in Antarctica, suggesting that the continent was once ice-free and home to an advanced civilization. Proponents argue that a sudden shift in the Earth's crust caused Antarctica to move to its current position, burying Atlantis beneath the ice. However, this theory lacks substantial scientific evidence and is not widely accepted by scholars. Some researchers have also proposed locations in the North Sea, the Black Sea, or even as far as Indonesia. While these theories often capture public imagination, it is important to note that most archaeologists and historians consider Atlantis to be a fictional creation by Plato, used as an allegory in his philosophical works rather than a description of a real place. Modern archaeologists approach the Atlantis legend with skepticism, viewing it primarily as a work of fiction rather than historical fact. The story, first mentioned by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, has captivated imaginations for centuries, but lacks concrete archaeological evidence to support its existence. Scholars today interpret Plato's account as a morality tale or political allegory, rather than a factual description of a lost civilization. They point out that no ruins or artifacts have been discovered that conclusively prove the existence of a technologically advanced island nation as described in the legend. Despite this, the Atlantis myth continues to inspire archaeological research and underwater exploration. Some researchers have proposed various real-world locations as possible inspirations for the legend, including the island of Santorini in Greece, which was partially destroyed by a volcanic eruption around 1600 BCE. However, these hypotheses remain speculative and are not widely accepted in the archaeological community. While the search for Atlantis itself may be considered pseudo-archaeology, the legend has contributed to advancements in underwater archaeology and the study of ancient Mediterranean civilizations. Modern archaeologists focus on uncovering factual evidence of past societies, using scientific methods to piece together our understanding of human history rather than chasing mythical lost continents. The legend of Atlantis has captivated imaginations for millennia, and while no evidence of the exact island described by Plato has been found, several real ancient civilizations may have inspired aspects of the story. The Minoan civilization on Crete is often cited as a potential source. This advanced Bronze Age culture thrived from around 2900 to 1100 BCE with impressive architecture, art, and naval power. The Minoans suffered a major decline, possibly due to a volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Thera, now known as Santorini. This catastrophic event could have given rise to tales of a great civilization swallowed by the sea. Another candidate is the city of Helika in Greece, which was destroyed by an earthquake and tsunami in 373 BCE. The city's sudden disappearance into the Corinthian Gulf made a significant impact on the Greek world and may have contributed to stories of sunken cities. Some scholars suggest that memories of the end of the last ice age, when rising sea levels inundated coastal settlements, could have been passed down through oral traditions, eventually morphing into the Atlantis myth. This theory proposes that the story might be a composite of multiple lost lands and civilizations, blended over time into a single, legendary island nation. Throughout history, numerous underwater structures have captured the imagination of explorers and researchers, with some claiming connections to the legendary lost city of Atlantis. One of the most famous examples is the Bimini Road, located off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas. This underwater formation consists of a linear arrangement of limestone blocks, which some have interpreted as the remnants of an ancient harbor or road. While many researchers argue that the Bimini Road is a natural geological formation, others continue to speculate about its possible link to Atlantis. Another intriguing underwater site is the Yonaguni Monument, found off the coast of Japan. This massive underwater rock formation features what appear to be terraces, steps, and geometric shapes. Some researchers have suggested that these structures are the remains of an ancient civilization, possibly related to Atlantis. However, the majority of scientists believe that the Yonaguni Monument is the result of natural geological processes, shaped by erosion and tectonic activity over thousands of years. In the Mediterranean Sea, the submerged ruins of Pavlopetri, an ancient Greek city off the coast of southern Laconia, have also been associated with Atlantis by some enthusiasts. While Pavlopetri is a genuine archaeological site dating back to the Bronze Age, there is no scientific evidence linking it to the mythical lost city described by Plato. The search for Atlantis continues to captivate the public imagination, driving ongoing exploration and research into underwater archaeology and ancient civilizations. Modern technology has revolutionized the search for Atlantis, transforming it from mere speculation to a more scientific endeavor. Sophisticated sonar systems now allow researchers to map the ocean floor with unprecedented detail, revealing underwater structures and landforms that were previously hidden from view. These advanced mapping techniques have uncovered numerous submerged ruins and geological formations, prompting further investigation into potential Atlantis sites. Satellite imagery and remote sensing technologies have also played a crucial role in the search. These tools enable scientists to analyze large areas of land and sea, identifying anomalies that might indicate the presence of ancient structures or civilizations. Some researchers have used this technology to examine regions like the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, where Atlantis is often thought to have been located. Underwater robotics and autonomous vehicles have greatly enhanced our ability to explore the deep sea. These machines can venture into areas too dangerous or inaccessible for human divers, capturing high-resolution images and collecting samples from the seafloor. This technology has led to the discovery of numerous shipwrecks and underwater ruins, though none have yet been conclusively linked to Atlantis. While modern technology has not yet located Atlantis, it has significantly advanced our understanding of ancient maritime civilizations and submerged landscapes. These tools continue to unveil new archaeological sites and geological features, keeping the possibility of discovering Atlantis or similar lost civilizations alive in the minds of researchers and the public alike. The myth of Atlantis has profoundly influenced popular culture and literature since its inception in Plato's dialogues over 2,000 years ago. This legendary lost civilization has captured the imagination of countless generations, inspiring a vast array of books, movies, television shows, and other media. In literature, Atlantis has been the subject of numerous novels and stories, ranging from science fiction to fantasy. Authors like Jules Verne, Arthur Conan Doyle, and H.G. Wells have all incorporated elements of the Atlantis myth into their works, using it as a backdrop for adventure tales or as a metaphor for lost knowledge and advanced civilizations. The concept of Atlantis has also permeated popular culture, appearing in comic books, video games, and even theme park attractions. It has become a symbol of mystery and lost wisdom, often portrayed as a technologically advanced society with connections to extraterrestrial life or supernatural powers. This interpretation has fueled many conspiracy theories and pseudoscientific claims about the origins of human civilization. Moreover, the Atlantis myth has influenced real-world exploration and archaeology. Numerous expeditions have been launched in search of evidence for the lost continent, leading to both legitimate scientific discoveries and controversial claims. While no concrete proof of Atlantis has been found, the enduring appeal of this myth continues to inspire curiosity about our ancient past and the potential for hidden wonders beneath the waves. The Nazca Lines are found in southern Peru, specifically in the Nazca Desert, a high plateau that stretches between the towns of Nazca and Palpa. This arid region lies approximately 400 kilometers southeast of Lima, the capital city of Peru. The desert's unique geological and climatic conditions have helped preserve these ancient geoglyphs for over 2,000 years. The area where the Nazca Lines are located is part of the Pampas de Jumana, a flat desert plain that covers an expanse of nearly 450 square kilometers. This vast canvas of earth and rock has allowed for the creation of enormous designs, some stretching several hundred meters across the landscape. The lines themselves are shallow trenches in the desert floor, created by removing the reddish pebbles and exposing the lighter-colored ground beneath. The contrast between the darker desert surface and the lighter lines makes the designs visible from the surrounding foothills and, more impressively, from the air. The Nazca Desert's extremely dry, stable climate with little wind or rain has been crucial in preserving these delicate earthworks. This unique environment, combined with the line's location in a relatively isolated area, has allowed these mysterious creations to endure for centuries, captivating researchers and visitors alike. The Nazca lines, etched into the arid coastal plains of southern Peru, have long captivated archaeologists and curious onlookers alike. These enormous geoglyphs were created by the ancient Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE, with the majority of the lines believed to have been made during the Nazca period from 1 CE to 700 CE. These remarkable designs, only fully visible from the air, were created by removing the reddish pebbles that cover the desert surface to reveal the lighter-colored ground beneath. The dry, windless climate of the Nazca Desert has preserved these delicate works for over 2 millennia, allowing us to marvel at their complexity and scale today. The purpose of these lines remains a subject of debate among scholars. Some theories suggest they were created for astronomical or calendrical purposes, while others propose they were part of water-related rituals or served as pathways for religious processions. Regardless of their original intent, the Nazca lines stand as a testament to the ingenuity and artistic vision of ancient Peruvian cultures. Recent archaeological discoveries continue to shed new light on the creation and significance of these enigmatic designs. As we uncover more about the Nazca lines, we gain deeper insights into the sophisticated knowledge and cultural practices of the ancient civilizations that once thrived in this seemingly inhospitable landscape. The Nazca lines are enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert floor of southern Peru. These ancient designs, some stretching over 900 feet long, depict various shapes, including animals, plants, and geometric patterns. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these remarkable earthworks have puzzled researchers for decades. To create these massive images, the Nazca people removed the top layer of reddish pebbles, exposing the lighter-colored ground beneath. This technique, combined with the extremely dry, windless climate of the region, has allowed the lines to remain visible for over 2,000 years. The lack of rainfall and erosion in the area has been crucial to their preservation. The method used to create such large, precise designs without the benefit of aerial viewing has been a subject of much speculation. Current theories suggest that the Nazca used simple surveying techniques and tools. They likely began with small-scale models and then carefully measured and staked out the full-size designs on the ground. The purpose of the Nazca lines remains a topic of debate among scholars. Some believe they had religious or ceremonial significance, while others propose they were related to astronomy or served as markers for underground water sources. Regardless of their original purpose, the Nazca lines stand as a testament to the ingenuity and skill of ancient civilizations. The Nazca lines, located in the Nazca Desert of southern Peru, are truly remarkable in their scale and complexity. These ancient geoglyphs cover an area of nearly 190 square miles, with individual figures ranging from 60 feet to 1,000 feet across. Their sheer size is one of the reasons they remained undiscovered for so long, only becoming widely known in the 1930s when early commercial flights passed over the area. These enigmatic designs depict a wide array of figures, including animals, plants, and geometric shapes. Among the most famous are a hummingbird stretching 93 meters from wingtip to wingtip, a monkey with a spiral tail spanning 193 meters, and a condor with a wingspan of 130 meters. Other notable figures include a spider, a tree, hands, and various intricate geometric patterns such as trapezoids, straight lines, and triangles. The Nazca lines were created by the Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE. They were made by removing the reddish pebbles that cover the desert surface to expose the lighter-colored ground beneath. The dry, windless climate of the Nazca Desert has preserved these lines for over 2,000 years, allowing us to marvel at them today. The purpose of these massive geoglyphs remains a subject of debate among archaeologists and historians. Theories range from astronomical calendars to religious symbols or pathways used in ritual processions. Regardless of their original purpose, the Nazca Lines stand as a testament to the ingenuity and artistic vision of ancient civilizations, challenging our understanding of prehistoric human capabilities. The Nazca Lines in Peru continue to captivate researchers and the public alike due to their sheer scale and enigmatic nature. These ancient geoglyphs, etched into the arid Peruvian desert, span an area of nearly 450 square kilometers and depict various animals, plants, and geometric shapes. Their immense size, with some figures stretching over 300 meters in length, raises questions about how ancient people created such precise and enormous designs without the ability to view them from above. Adding to the mystery is the purpose behind these massive artworks. Theories range from astronomical calendars to alien landing strips, though most scholars now believe they had religious or cultural significance. The fact that these lines have survived for over 2,000 years in the desert, visible only from high altitudes, further adds to their allure. The techniques used to create the Nazca Lines also contribute to their mysterious reputation. The ancient Nazca people removed the top layer of reddish pebbles to expose the lighter-colored ground beneath, creating lines with remarkable straightness and precision. This level of engineering and planning, achieved without modern surveying equipment, continues to impress and puzzle experts. Furthermore, the Nazca Lines' resistance to erosion in an area that experiences some wind and rain has led to speculation about potential unknown ancient technologies or materials used in their creation. While natural factors contribute to their preservation, the lines' endurance over millennia adds another layer of intrigue to these already mysterious desert drawings. The Nazca Lines, etched into the arid Peruvian desert, have puzzled researchers for decades. Several theories attempt to explain their purpose, each offering a unique perspective on these ancient geoglyphs. One prominent theory suggests the lines served as an astronomical calendar. Proponents argue that the shapes align with celestial bodies, helping the Nazca people track seasons and plan agricultural activities. This idea connects the earthbound markings to the cosmic realm above. Another intriguing hypothesis proposes that the lines were created for religious or ceremonial purposes. Some researchers believe the Nazca people walked along these paths as a form of ritual, possibly to honor their gods or ancestors. The sheer scale of the designs might have been intended to be visible to deities looking down from the heavens. A more recent theory posits that the lines relate to water sources. In this view, the geoglyphs may have been used to mark the locations of underground aquifers, crucial in the desert environment. The lines could have served as a map, guiding people to precious water resources in the arid landscape. The Nazca Lines emerged into modern awareness through a combination of chance and growing technological capabilities. In the 1920s, airline passengers flying over the Nazca Desert in Peru began noticing strange patterns on the ground below. These ancient geoglyphs, etched into the earth over 2,000 years ago, had remained largely hidden from ground level due to their immense scale. The first systematic study of the Nazca Lines came from archaeologist Toribio Mejia Gespe, who spotted them while hiking through the foothills in 1927. However, it was not until the 1940s that their true extent and complexity became apparent. American historian Paul Kosuk, often credited as the first scholar to seriously study the lines, initially thought they formed a giant astronomical calendar. German mathematician and archaeologist Maria Reiche expanded on Kosuk's work, dedicating her life to studying and preserving the Nazca Lines. She meticulously mapped the geoglyphs and theorized about their purpose, suggesting they might have astronomical and calendrical functions. Reiche's efforts were crucial in bringing international attention to the lines and eventually securing their recognition as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994. The advent of satellite imagery and drones in recent decades has revolutionized the study of the Nazca Lines, revealing previously unknown geoglyphs and allowing for more comprehensive mapping and analysis. This ongoing discovery process highlights how modern technology continues to unveil the secrets of our ancient past, demonstrating that even well-known archaeological sites can still hold surprises. The Nazca Lines in Peru have fascinated researchers for decades, prompting the development of various techniques to study and preserve these ancient geoglyphs. Aerial photography has been a crucial tool since the lines were first discovered from an airplane in 1929. This method allows scientists to capture detailed images of the entire complex, revealing patterns and figures that are difficult to discern from ground level. In recent years, advanced technologies have enhanced our ability to analyze the Nazca Lines. Satellite imagery now provides even more comprehensive views, while drone surveys offer high-resolution data that can detect subtle changes in the landscape. LiDAR, a laser-based remote sensing method, has been employed to create precise three-dimensional maps of the area, uncovering previously unknown geoglyphs and helping researchers understand the construction techniques used by the ancient Nazca people. Conservation efforts have also evolved to protect these fragile designs. Peruvian authorities have restricted access to the site, allowing visitors to view the lines only from designated observation towers or through aerial tours. This helps minimize foot traffic that could damage the shallow lines etched into the desert floor. Additionally, a team of dedicated conservationists regularly monitors the site, carefully removing debris and combating erosion caused by wind and occasional rainfall. Interdisciplinary collaboration has become increasingly important in Nazca Lines research. Archaeologists work alongside geologists, anthropologists, and climate scientists to gain a holistic understanding of the geoglyphs and their cultural significance. This comprehensive approach not only aids in preservation, but also helps unravel the mysteries surrounding the purpose and creation of these enigmatic desert drawings, ensuring their continued study and protection for future generations. The Nazca Lines have endured for nearly 2 millennia, a testament to their remarkable resilience in the face of time and natural forces. These ancient geoglyphs, etched into the arid Peruvian desert, owe their longevity to a unique combination of environmental factors and the ingenuity of their creators. The region's exceptionally dry climate plays a crucial role in preserving these enigmatic figures. With annual rainfall averaging less than an inch, erosion from water is virtually non-existent. This lack of precipitation has allowed the lines to remain largely undisturbed since their creation around 1,500 years ago. The method used to create the Nazca Lines also contributes to their endurance. The ancient Nazca people removed the top layer of darker rocks, exposing the lighter-colored earth beneath. This technique, coupled with the hard-pan soil of the desert, has helped the designs withstand the test of time. The contrast between the exposed lighter soil and the surrounding darker rocks continues to make the lines visible from above. Wind, typically a powerful erosive force, has had minimal impact on the Nazca Lines due to the presence of small stones covering the desert floor. These pebbles, known as desert pavement, act as a protective layer, anchoring the soil and preventing the wind from blowing away the exposed designs. This natural shield has been instrumental in preserving the line's intricate shapes and patterns for centuries. The Nazca Lines hold profound cultural significance for local communities in Peru, serving as a tangible link to their ancient ancestors and a source of national pride. These enormous geoglyphs, etched into the desert floor centuries ago, continue to captivate both locals and visitors alike with their mysterious beauty and enduring presence. For many in the region, the Nazca Lines represent the ingenuity and spiritual beliefs of their forebears. Local folklore often attributes the creation of these massive designs to divine or extraterrestrial forces, reflecting the deep sense of wonder and reverence they inspire. This connection to the past helps strengthen cultural identity and provides a sense of continuity with ancient traditions. The lines also play a crucial role in the local economy, drawing tourists from around the world and providing employment opportunities for many residents. Tour guides, hotel staff, and artisans all benefit from the influx of visitors eager to experience this UNESCO World Heritage Site. This economic impact further cements the importance of the Nazca lines in contemporary local culture. Moreover, the ongoing preservation efforts for the Nazca lines have fostered a sense of stewardship among local communities. Many residents actively participate in conservation initiatives, viewing the protection of these ancient wonders as a shared responsibility. This engagement with their cultural heritage helps reinforce the line's significance and ensures their continued importance for future generations. The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek device that has astounded scientists and historians since its discovery in 1901. This remarkable artifact is often described as the world's first analog computer, predating modern computational devices by more than 2,000 years. Found in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, this complex mechanism consists of a series of intricate bronze gears housed within a wooden case. Its purpose was to predict astronomical positions and eclipses for calendrical and astrological purposes, demonstrating an unprecedented level of mechanical sophistication for its time. The device features dozens of gears of various sizes, working together to track the movements of celestial bodies. It could calculate the positions of the Sun, Moon, and possibly even the known planets of that era. Perhaps most impressively, it could account for the irregular orbit of the Moon, a feat that showcases the advanced understanding of astronomy in ancient Greece. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a testament to the ingenuity of ancient civilizations and challenges our perceptions of technological progress. Its existence suggests that there may have been other similarly advanced devices in the ancient world that have been lost to time, hinting at a level of scientific understanding far beyond what we typically associate with that era. The Antikythera mechanism was discovered in 1901 off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. A group of sponge divers stumbled upon the wreckage of an ancient Roman cargo ship while diving in the Aegean Sea. Among the scattered artifacts and remnants of the shipwreck, they found a peculiar lump of corroded bronze and wood. Initially, the significance of this discovery was not fully understood. It was only later, when the encrusted object was examined more closely, that its true nature began to emerge. The mechanism was found to be an intricate system of gears and wheels, unlike anything seen before from the ancient world. The wreck site, located at a depth of about 45 meters, yielded numerous other treasures, including bronze and marble statues, pottery, glassware, and coins. However, the Antikythera mechanism stood out as a unique and puzzling find, sparking intense scientific interest and debate. Subsequent expeditions to the wreck site have uncovered additional fragments of the mechanism, allowing researchers to piece together more of its structure and function. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism has revolutionized our understanding of ancient Greek technology and continues to captivate scientists and historians to this day. The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient marvel that continues to astound scientists and historians alike. This remarkable device is believed to be over 2,000 years old, dating back to approximately 100 to 200 years before the Common Era. Discovered in 1901 off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, this intricate mechanism has been dubbed the world's first analog computer. The age of the Antikythera mechanism places it squarely in the Hellenistic period, a time of great scientific and cultural advancement in the ancient Mediterranean world. Its sophistication suggests that the ancient Greeks possessed far more advanced technological capabilities than previously thought, challenging our understanding of early scientific progress. Recent studies using advanced imaging techniques have revealed that the mechanism's construction is even more complex than initially believed. Its gears and dials were designed to track celestial bodies, predict eclipses, and even calculate the timing of ancient Olympic Games. This level of precision and complexity in such an ancient device continues to amaze modern experts. The age of the Antikythera mechanism not only provides insight into the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations, but also raises questions about the potential loss of knowledge over time. It serves as a testament to the ingenuity of our ancestors and prompts us to wonder what other advanced technologies might have existed in the ancient world, waiting to be rediscovered. The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek device that serves as a mechanical computer for astronomical calculations. This remarkable artifact, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, dates back to around 100 to 200 years before the Common Era. Its primary function was to predict celestial events and track the movements of heavenly bodies with astonishing accuracy for its time. This complex machine consists of a series of interlocking gears and dials that work together to calculate and display various astronomical phenomena. It could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and likely the 5 planets known to the ancient Greeks. The mechanism also tracked the timing of solar and lunar eclipses, and even the dates of important ancient Greek festivals and athletic events like the Olympic Games. One of the most impressive features of the Antikythera mechanism is its ability to account for the irregular orbits of celestial bodies. It incorporates sophisticated gearing systems that model the elliptical orbit of the Moon and the apparent retrograde motion of planets as seen from Earth. This level of complexity and accuracy in mechanical computation was not seen again in Europe for well over 1,000 years. The discovery and ongoing study of the Antikythera mechanism have revolutionized our understanding of ancient Greek technological capabilities. It stands as a testament to the advanced astronomical knowledge and mechanical engineering skills of ancient civilizations, challenging our perceptions of scientific progress in the ancient world. The Antikythera mechanism stands out as an extraordinarily complex device for its time, far surpassing other known ancient artifacts in terms of technological sophistication. Discovered in 1901 off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, this ancient analog computer dates back to around 100 to 200 BCE, making it over 2,000 years old. What sets the Antikythera mechanism apart is its intricate system of gears and dials, numbering at least 30 and possibly up to 72. This level of mechanical complexity was unheard of in the ancient world and would not be seen again for over a millennium. The device could predict astronomical positions, eclipses, and even the timing of the Olympic Games with remarkable accuracy. Compared to other ancient devices, such as sundials or water clocks, the Antikythera mechanism was in a league of its own. While these simpler tools could measure time or track basic celestial movements, the Antikythera mechanism could perform complex calculations and display multiple astronomical phenomena simultaneously. Its ability to model the irregular orbit of the Moon, accounting for its elliptical path, was particularly impressive. The technological leap represented by the Antikythera mechanism is so significant that it has been called the first analog computer. Its discovery has forced historians to reevaluate their understanding of ancient Greek technology and scientific knowledge. The device remains a subject of ongoing research and continues to reveal new insights into the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer, was crafted with remarkable precision using bronze gears and plates. This sophisticated device, dating back to around 100 to 200 years before the Common Era, showcases the advanced metallurgical and engineering skills of its creators. The main components of the mechanism were made from thin bronze plates and gears. The gears were cut with astonishing accuracy, featuring triangular teeth that meshed together smoothly. This level of precision in gear cutting was not seen again in Europe until the development of mechanical clocks in the 14th century. Archaeologists and researchers have also identified the use of a tin and lead alloy in some parts of the mechanism. This alloy was likely chosen for its lower melting point, making it easier to cast into complex shapes. The device's frame was constructed from wood, which has long since decayed, leaving only the metal components behind. The techniques used to create the Antikythera mechanism were advanced for their time. The ancient Greek craftsmen employed sophisticated mathematical calculations to design the gear ratios and used specialized tools to cut the gear teeth with extreme precision. They also utilized differential gearing, a complex technique that allows the device to subtract the motion of one gear from another, enabling it to model the irregular orbits of celestial bodies. Modern technology has revolutionized our understanding of the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek astronomical calculator discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Antikythera in 1901. For decades, this intricate device remained a mystery, its complexity baffling researchers. However, advanced imaging techniques have allowed scientists to peer inside the corroded artifact without damaging it. Computed tomography scans, similar to those used in medical diagnostics, have revealed the internal structure of the mechanism in unprecedented detail. These scans have exposed hidden gears, inscriptions, and intricate components that were previously invisible to the naked eye. This breakthrough has enabled researchers to create detailed three-dimensional models of the device, providing insights into its construction and functionality. Digital imaging and processing technologies have also played a crucial role in deciphering the faded inscriptions on the mechanism. By enhancing and manipulating images of the artifact, researchers have been able to read text that has been invisible for over 2,000 years. This has provided valuable information about the purpose and operation of the device, as well as insights into ancient Greek astronomical knowledge. Furthermore, computer simulations based on the data gathered from these advanced imaging techniques have allowed scientists to recreate the operation of the Antikythera mechanism. These simulations have demonstrated how the device could predict celestial events, track the movements of planets, and even calculate the timing of ancient Olympic Games. This fusion of ancient artifact and modern technology has not only unlocked the secrets of this remarkable device, but has also deepened our appreciation of the sophistication of ancient Greek science and engineering. The Antikythera mechanism stands as a testament to the astonishing technological prowess of ancient Greek civilization. This remarkable device, often called the world's first analog computer, reveals that Greek engineers and astronomers possessed far more advanced knowledge and skills than previously thought. Discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, this complex bronze mechanism dates back to around 100 to 200 years before the Common Era. Its intricate system of gears and dials was designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses with impressive accuracy. This level of sophistication in mechanical engineering was not seen again in Europe for over 1,000 years. The mechanism's complexity suggests that the ancient Greeks had a deep understanding of celestial mechanics and the mathematical principles needed to model them. It demonstrates their ability to translate theoretical knowledge into practical, functional devices. The precision required to craft such small, interlocking gears also points to a high level of metallurgical and manufacturing expertise. Perhaps most importantly, the Antikythera mechanism challenges our perceptions of technological progress. It shows that ancient civilizations were capable of creating intricate machines long before the Industrial Revolution. This discovery has led historians and archaeologists to reevaluate the technological capabilities of ancient societies, reminding us that innovation and ingenuity have been hallmarks of human civilization throughout history. The Antikythera mechanism stands out as a remarkable ancient artifact, but there are indeed other intriguing objects from antiquity that showcase advanced technological understanding. One such example is the Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq and dating back to the Parthian period, around 2,000 years ago. This clay jar containing an iron rod and copper cylinder might have been capable of producing an electric charge, though its exact purpose remains debated. Another fascinating artifact is the Roman dodecahedron, a small bronze or stone object with 12 pentagonal faces, each with a circular hole of varying size. Hundreds of these have been found across Europe, dating from the 2nd to 4th centuries CE. Their function remains a mystery, with theories ranging from surveying instruments to religious objects. The Nebra sky disk, found in Germany and dating to around 1600 BCE, is yet another example of ancient technological sophistication. This bronze disk, decorated with gold symbols, is thought to represent the sun, moon, and stars, possibly serving as an advanced astronomical instrument for its time. While these artifacts demonstrate impressive ancient knowledge, the Antikythera mechanism remains unique in its complexity and precision as an analog computer for astronomical calculations. Its geared mechanism was unparalleled for over a millennium, highlighting the remarkable achievements of ancient Greek technology and the potential loss of knowledge over time. The Antikythera mechanism continues to intrigue scientists and historians, with several aspects of this ancient Greek device still shrouded in mystery. Despite extensive research, we remain uncertain about its exact purpose and the full extent of its capabilities. One of the primary puzzles is the identity of its creator. While some speculate it might have been designed by a genius like Archimedes, the true inventor remains unknown. Another enigma surrounds the mechanism's complexity. Its sophisticated gears and intricate design seem far ahead of its time, leaving researchers wondering how such advanced technology could have existed over 2,000 years ago. This raises questions about the level of scientific and engineering knowledge in the ancient world, suggesting there might be gaps in our understanding of historical technological progress. The mechanism's full functionality is yet another area of ongoing investigation. While we know it could predict astronomical positions and eclipses with remarkable accuracy, some researchers believe it might have had additional functions we haven't yet deciphered. The presence of unidentified gears and inscriptions hints at capabilities beyond what we currently understand. Lastly, the question of why this technology seemingly vanished is perplexing. No other devices of comparable complexity have been found from the same era, leading to speculation about why this advanced knowledge was lost or abandoned. These enduring mysteries make the Antikythera mechanism a captivating subject, continuing to drive research and spark imagination about the ingenuity of our ancient ancestors. The Moai are colossal stone statues found on Easter Island, a remote volcanic island in the southeastern Pacific Ocean. This island, also known as Rapa Nui, is a special territory of Chile, located over 2,000 miles off the coast of South America. These enigmatic figures, carved from volcanic rock, stand as silent sentinels across the island's rugged landscape. Created by the Rapa Nui people between the years 1300 and 1500, the Moai are remarkable feats of ancient engineering and artistry. These monolithic figures average 13 feet in height and weigh an astonishing 14 tons, with the largest known statue reaching a staggering 71 feet tall. The Moai are instantly recognizable by their elongated faces, heavy brows, and long ears. Most of these statues were carved at Rano Raraku, the main quarry site on Easter Island, and then transported to various ceremonial platforms called ahu around the island's perimeter. Today, nearly 900 Moai dot the island, some standing proudly on their ahu, while others remain half-buried or lying face down where they fell centuries ago. These stone giants continue to captivate scientists and visitors alike, serving as enduring symbols of the ingenuity and cultural richness of the ancient Rapa Nui civilization. The Moai, the iconic stone statues of Easter Island, were created by the Rapa Nui people over a period of several centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests that the construction of these massive figures began around 1100 CE and continued until approximately 1600 CE. This means the creation of the Moai spanned roughly 500 years, representing a significant and enduring cultural practice for the island's inhabitants. During this time, the Rapa Nui sculptors carved and erected hundreds of these monumental statues, which ranged in height from about 6 feet to an impressive 33 feet tall. The majority of the moai were crafted from volcanic tuff found at Rano Raraku, an extinct volcano on the island. This material was relatively soft and easier to carve using stone tools. The creation of the moai was not a single event, but a continuous process deeply ingrained in Rapa Nui society. It's believed that different clans or lineages commissioned these statues, which were thought to represent deified ancestors. The production of moai likely peaked during the 14th and 15th centuries, coinciding with the height of Easter Island's civilization. Easter Island, known to its native inhabitants as Rapa Nui, is home to a remarkable number of moai statues. These enigmatic stone figures have captivated researchers and visitors alike for centuries. Currently, there are approximately 1,000 moai scattered across the island's landscape. These massive statues, carved from volcanic rock, vary in size and condition. Some stand tall on ceremonial platforms called ahu, while others lie partially buried or toppled. The largest erected statue reaches a staggering 33 feet in height, weighing an estimated 82 tons. Interestingly, not all moai were successfully completed or transported to their intended locations. Nearly half of the existing statues remain at the quarry site of Rano Raraku, where they were originally carved. This provides valuable insight into the production process and the immense effort involved in creating these monumental figures. The sheer number of moai on Easter Island raises intriguing questions about the island's past. How did a relatively small population manage to create so many colossal statues? What purpose did they serve in Rapa Nui society? These questions continue to fuel ongoing archaeological and anthropological research, as scientists strive to unravel the mysteries of this remote Pacific island and its stone sentinels. The moai statues of Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Island, are iconic symbols deeply rooted in the island's cultural and spiritual heritage. These massive stone figures, carved from volcanic rock, represent the ancestors and revered leaders of the Rapa Nui people. Standing as silent sentinels along the island's coastline, the moai served as powerful connections between the living and the dead. Believed to embody the spirits of departed chiefs and other important individuals, the moai were thought to possess mana, a supernatural power that could be harnessed to protect and benefit the living. Each statue was unique, with distinct features that may have represented specific ancestors or lineages. The creation and transportation of these colossal figures was a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the ancient Rapa Nui civilization. The moai played a crucial role in the complex social and religious practices of the island's inhabitants. They were often erected on ceremonial platforms called ahu, facing inland to watch over their descendants and the village. This placement reinforced the belief that the ancestors continued to play an active role in the lives of the living, offering guidance and protection. As time passed, the significance of the moai evolved. They became symbols of competition and status among rival clans, with each group striving to create larger and more impressive statues. This cultural arms race ultimately contributed to the ecological challenges faced by the island, as resources were depleted in the pursuit of building these monumental figures. Today, the moai stand as enduring reminders of Rapa Nui's rich cultural heritage and the complex relationship between human societies and their environments. The moai, the iconic stone statues of Easter Island, were created through a remarkable process of carving and transportation by the Rapa Nui people. These massive figures were primarily carved from volcanic tuff found in the Rano Raraku quarry. Using stone tools called toki, skilled craftsmen would carefully shape the statues, starting with the front and working their way to the back. The carving process was meticulous and time-consuming, often taking months or even years to complete a single moai. Once the statue was nearly finished, it was carefully separated from the bedrock and moved down the quarry slope. The exact method of transportation has been a subject of debate among archaeologists for years. Recent research suggests that the moai were transported using a combination of wooden sleds, ropes, and a rocking motion. The statues were likely moved in an upright position, with teams of people pulling on ropes to rock the moai forward in a walking motion. This method, known as vertical transport, explains the presence of broken moai along ancient roads, as some may have fallen during transit. The transportation of these multi-ton statues across miles of rugged terrain is a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Rapa Nui people. It required extensive planning, cooperation, and engineering skills to move these massive stone figures to their final resting places on ceremonial platforms called ahu. The ancient Rapa Nui people of Easter Island used a variety of stone tools to carve the iconic moai statues. These massive figures were primarily crafted from volcanic tuff, a relatively soft rock formed from compressed volcanic ash. The main implements employed in their creation were stone hand chisels and picks made from harder volcanic rocks like basalt. Craftsmen used larger basalt tools for the initial rough shaping of the moai, gradually working their way down to finer details with smaller, more precise instruments. They likely utilized round stones as hammers to strike the chisels, carefully chipping away at the tuff to reveal the statue within. For smoothing and refining the surface, the sculptors employed abrasive stones, rubbing them against the moai to achieve the desired texture. Evidence suggests that the Rapa Nui also used obsidian flakes for some of the more intricate carving work, particularly around the facial features of the moai. This naturally occurring volcanic glass provided extremely sharp edges, allowing for greater precision in detailing. The tools themselves have been discovered in archaeological excavations around the quarries where the moai were carved. The creation of these monumental statues was a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the Rapa Nui people, who managed to produce hundreds of moai using only Stone Age technology. This remarkable feat continues to captivate researchers and visitors alike, inspiring ongoing studies into the methods and cultural significance of these enigmatic figures. The creation of the iconic moai statues on Easter Island, known to its native inhabitants as Rapa Nui, ceased due to a complex interplay of environmental and social factors. As the island's population grew, the demand for resources, particularly wood, increased dramatically. The Polynesians who settled Easter Island around 1,500 years ago began to overexploit the island's limited resources, leading to widespread deforestation. This ecological disaster had far-reaching consequences. Without trees, the islanders could no longer build the large canoes needed for deep-sea fishing or construct the wooden rollers and sleds essential for transporting the massive moai from the quarries to their final resting places along the coast. The loss of trees also led to soil erosion, reducing agricultural productivity and further straining the island's ability to support its population. As resources dwindled, social unrest and conflict between clans increased. The complex social and religious system that had supported moai construction began to break down. The statues, once symbols of clan power and ancestral reverence, became targets of destruction during inter-clan warfare. This period of turmoil, known as the Huri Moai phase, saw many moai toppled and desecrated. By the time European explorers first reached Easter Island in the 18th century, moai creation had long since ceased. The island's population had declined significantly, and the once thriving culture that produced these monumental works had undergone a radical transformation. The story of Easter Island serves as a stark reminder of the delicate balance between human societies and their environments, and the consequences of overexploiting limited resources. Easter Island, known to its native inhabitants as Rapa Nui, underwent significant environmental changes during the period when the iconic moai statues were created. The island's ecosystem transformed dramatically from a lush, forested landscape to a barren, grass-covered terrain. When Polynesian settlers first arrived on Easter Island around 1,500 years ago, the land was covered in dense palm forests. These trees played a crucial role in the island's delicate ecosystem, preventing soil erosion and providing habitat for various plant and animal species. However, as the population grew and the demand for resources increased, the islanders began to clear large swaths of forest. The creation of the Moai statues, which began around 1,100 years ago, accelerated this deforestation. Trees were cut down to provide logs for transporting the massive stone figures and to create ropes for lifting them. Additionally, land was cleared for agriculture to support the growing population and the workers involved in Moai construction. By the time European explorers reached Easter Island in the 18th century, they found a dramatically altered landscape. The once lush forests had disappeared, replaced by grasslands, and leading to soil erosion, reduced biodiversity, and a scarcity of natural resources. This environmental degradation likely contributed to the decline of the civilization that created the Moai, serving as a stark reminder of the delicate balance between human activity and the natural world. The Moai, the iconic stone statues of Easter Island, have faced significant challenges from both climate and human activity throughout their existence. These massive figures, carved by the Rapa Nui people centuries ago, have endured the harsh effects of wind, rain, and salt spray from the surrounding Pacific Ocean. The constant exposure to these elements has led to erosion and weathering of the soft volcanic rock from which they were sculpted. Human activity has also played a crucial role in the fate of the Moai. In the past, many statues were toppled during conflicts between different clans on the island. More recently, increased tourism has brought both benefits and risks. While tourism has raised awareness and funds for conservation efforts, it has also led to wear and tear from visitors touching or climbing on the statues. Climate change poses new threats to these ancient monuments. Rising sea levels and more frequent storms increase the risk of coastal erosion, potentially damaging or destroying Moai located near the shoreline. Additionally, changes in rainfall patterns could accelerate the weathering process, further degrading the statues. Conservation efforts are ongoing to protect the Moai from these various threats. Scientists and local authorities are working together to develop strategies for preserving these cultural treasures, including the use of advanced technologies to monitor environmental conditions and the application of protective coatings to shield the statues from further damage. The challenge lies in balancing the need for preservation with the desire to maintain the Moai as an accessible and integral part of Rapa Nui culture and heritage. The Moai, the iconic stone statues of Easter Island, face ongoing threats from erosion, climate change, and human activity. To combat these challenges, several modern conservation efforts are currently underway to protect these ancient treasures. One significant initiative involves the use of cutting-edge technology to monitor and analyze the condition of the Moai. Scientists are employing three-dimensional scanning and photogrammetry to create detailed digital models of the statues. These models allow researchers to track changes in the Moai over time and identify areas that require immediate attention or intervention. Another crucial effort focuses on stabilizing the statues and their surrounding environment. Conservationists are working to reinforce the platforms on which many Moai stand, known as ahu, to prevent further degradation. They are also implementing erosion control measures along the coastline, where sea spray and rising sea levels pose a significant threat to the statues closest to the shore. Education and community involvement play a vital role in modern conservation efforts. Local authorities and international organizations are collaborating to raise awareness about the importance of preserving the Moai among both residents and visitors. This includes implementing stricter regulations on tourist interactions with the statues and involving the local Rapa Nui community in conservation decision-making and implementation. The Maya were an ancient civilization that flourished in Mesoamerica, a region encompassing parts of present-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. This sophisticated society developed over 3,000 years ago and reached its peak during what is known as the Classic period, from around 250 to 900 CE, occupying a diverse landscape that included lush rainforests, arid plains, and rugged mountains, the Maya built impressive city-states across their territory. Some of their most famous urban centers included Tikal in Guatemala, Copan in Honduras, and Chichen Itza in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. These cities were hubs of cultural, religious, and economic activity, featuring grand pyramids, palaces, and astronomical observatories. The Maya were renowned for their advancements in mathematics, astronomy, and writing. They developed a complex calendar system and a hieroglyphic script, leaving behind a wealth of information carved into stone monuments and recorded in bark paper books called codices. Their astronomical observations were remarkably accurate, allowing them to predict celestial events with precision. Despite their achievements, the Maya civilization experienced a significant decline in the lowlands around 900 CE, though their culture and traditions continued in other areas. The reasons for this decline remain a subject of ongoing research and debate among archaeologists and historians, adding an air of mystery to this fascinating ancient civilization. The Maya civilization reached its zenith during the Classic period, which spanned from around 250 to 900 Common Era. This remarkable era saw the Maya achieve their greatest cultural, artistic, and scientific accomplishments. During this time, the Maya constructed their most impressive cities and monuments. Towering stepped pyramids, grand palaces, and intricate stone carvings adorned bustling urban centers like Tikal, Palenque, and Copan. These cities were hubs of trade, religion, and astronomical study, showcasing the Maya's advanced understanding of mathematics and celestial movements. The Classic period also marked the height of Maya population growth and territorial expansion. Their influence spread across present-day southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. Complex political systems emerged, with powerful city-states engaging in alliances and conflicts. However, this golden age would not last forever. Towards the end of the Classic period, around 850 Common Era, the Maya civilization began to decline. Cities were abandoned, monuments ceased to be built, and the once thriving population dwindled. The exact reasons for this collapse remain a subject of ongoing research and debate among archaeologists and historians. The Maya civilization flourished in Mesoamerica for over 3,000 years, leaving behind a legacy of remarkable achievements. In the field of astronomy, the Maya developed highly accurate calendars and tracked celestial bodies with astonishing precision. They predicted solar eclipses and calculated the movements of planets, demonstrating a deep understanding of the cosmos that rivaled many other ancient cultures. Architecture was another area where the Maya excelled. They constructed massive pyramid temples, intricate palaces, and sprawling cities without the use of metal tools or the wheel. The city of Tikal, with its towering temples rising above the jungle canopy, stands as a testament to their architectural prowess. These structures were not just feats of engineering, but also served as centers for religious and political activities. The Maya writing system was one of the most sophisticated in the ancient world. They developed a complex system of hieroglyphs with hundreds of unique characters representing both sounds and concepts. This allowed them to record their history, mythology, and scientific knowledge. The Maya were also skilled mathematicians, independently inventing the concept of zero and developing a vigesimal number system based on 20. In art and craftsmanship, the Maya produced exquisite works. They created detailed murals, intricate jade jewelry, and elaborate ceramic vessels. Their artisans were also skilled in weaving, producing textiles with complex patterns and vibrant colors. These artistic achievements not only served aesthetic purposes, but also played crucial roles in Maya religious and social life, reflecting their complex cosmology and societal structure. The Maya civilization left behind remarkable evidence of their advanced knowledge in astronomy and mathematics. Their precise astronomical observations and complex calendar systems demonstrate a deep understanding of celestial movements. The Maya tracked the cycles of Venus with astonishing accuracy, predicting its appearances and disappearances over a period of 584 days. In mathematics, the Maya developed a vigesimal number system based on 20 and invented the concept of zero independently from other cultures. This mathematical prowess is evident in their elaborate architecture, where buildings were often aligned with specific astronomical events. The Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, for example, is designed so that during the spring and autumn equinoxes, sunlight creates the illusion of a serpent descending the stairs. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Maya books, contains detailed astronomical tables and eclipse predictions. These calculations required a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and long-term astronomical observations. The Maya were able to predict solar eclipses and calculate the synodic period of the moon with remarkable precision. Their astronomical knowledge also influenced their agricultural practices. The Maya used their understanding of celestial cycles to create accurate calendars that guided planting and harvesting. This integration of astronomy, mathematics, and daily life showcases the advanced and practical nature of Maya scientific knowledge. The collapse of the Maya civilization was a gradual process that unfolded over several centuries, primarily during the 8th and 9th centuries of the Common Era. This decline marked the end of the classic Maya period, a time of great cultural and architectural achievements. Multiple factors contributed to the downfall of this sophisticated society. Prolonged drought played a significant role, straining agricultural systems and leading to widespread food shortages. The Mayas' intensive farming practices may have exacerbated environmental degradation, further reducing crop yields. As resources dwindled, competition between city-states intensified, resulting in increased warfare and social instability. Political factors also contributed to the collapse. The complex system of city-states and their ruling elites became unsustainable as populations grew and resources became scarce. This led to a breakdown in the social order and a loss of faith in the divine authority of Maya rulers. Archaeological evidence suggests that many Maya cities were abandoned during this period, with populations dispersing into smaller settlements or migrating to other regions. It's important to note that the Maya civilization didn't disappear entirely. While the great cities of the southern lowlands were largely abandoned, Maya culture continued in other areas, particularly in the northern Yucatan Peninsula and the highlands of Guatemala. These regions experienced a period of florescence in the post-classic period, demonstrating the resilience and adaptability of Maya culture even in the face of significant challenges. The collapse of the Maya civilization remains one of archaeology's most intriguing mysteries. Several theories attempt to explain this dramatic decline that occurred around the 9th century. Climate change stands out as a leading hypothesis. Evidence suggests the region experienced severe droughts, potentially lasting decades. These dry spells would have severely impacted agriculture, the foundation of Maya society, leading to food shortages and social unrest. Environmental degradation also plays a role in many theories. As Maya cities grew, deforestation and intensive farming practices may have led to soil erosion and reduced agricultural productivity. This environmental stress, combined with a growing population, could have strained resources to a breaking point. Some researchers point to political factors. The Maya civilization consisted of competing city-states engaged in constant warfare. This ongoing conflict might have disrupted trade networks and diverted resources from agriculture and infrastructure maintenance. The strain of continuous warfare could have weakened the social and political structures of Maya society. Disease is another potential contributor to the collapse. Dense urban populations and trade networks could have facilitated the spread of epidemics, decimating the population and disrupting the complex social hierarchy. While no single theory fully explains the Maya collapse, most experts agree it was likely a combination of these factors, creating a perfect storm that the once mighty civilization could not weather. The collapse of the Maya civilization was a complex process, influenced by multiple environmental factors. Climate change played a significant role, with evidence suggesting prolonged droughts struck the Maya lowlands during the 8th and 9th centuries. These dry periods severely impacted agricultural productivity, leading to food shortages and social instability. Deforestation was another crucial environmental factor. As Maya cities grew, they required more land for agriculture and construction. Extensive clearing of forests altered local rainfall patterns and contributed to soil erosion. This degradation of the landscape further reduced agricultural yields, exacerbating the effects of drought. Environmental exploitation also played a part in the Maya downfall. Intensive farming practices, including the creation of raised fields and terraces, initially boosted food production, but may have led to long-term soil depletion. Additionally, the demand for limestone in construction and for creating plaster led to quarrying activities that further altered the landscape. The interconnected nature of these environmental challenges created a feedback loop that the Maya struggled to overcome. As resources became scarcer, competition between city-states intensified, leading to conflicts that further strained the already stressed environment. This combination of climate change, deforestation, and resource depletion ultimately contributed to the gradual decline and eventual collapse of this once thriving civilization. Warfare and political instability played significant roles in the downfall of the Maya civilization. As city-states grew in power and influence, competition for resources and territory intensified. This led to increasingly frequent and destructive conflicts between rival kingdoms. These wars drained vital resources and manpower from Maya societies. Constant battles disrupted trade networks and agricultural production, leading to economic instability and food shortages. The focus on military campaigns also diverted attention and resources away from public works and infrastructure maintenance. Political fragmentation exacerbated these issues. Maya kingdoms were often ruled by competing lineages vying for power. This internal strife weakened central authority and made coordinated responses to challenges difficult. As environmental stresses and population pressures increased, the inability of fractured leadership to effectively address these problems accelerated societal collapse. The combination of external warfare and internal political instability created a downward spiral for many Maya city-states. As kingdoms fell, refugees fled to other areas, straining their resources and potentially spreading conflict. This cascade effect ultimately contributed to the widespread abandonment of many Maya urban centers and the decline of their classic civilization. The Maya civilization left behind a rich legacy that continues to captivate archaeologists and historians. Across Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador, numerous archaeological sites stand as testament to their advanced culture. Perhaps the most iconic remnants are the massive stone pyramids and temples that once formed the hearts of Maya cities. These structures, such as those found at Tikal in Guatemala and Chichen Itza in Mexico, showcase the Mayas' architectural prowess and astronomical knowledge. Beyond these monumental buildings, intricate stone carvings and colorful murals offer glimpses into Maya religious beliefs, political systems, and daily life. The Maya writing system, with its elaborate hieroglyphs, has been largely deciphered, allowing researchers to read historical accounts carved into stelae and recorded in bark paper codices. These texts provide invaluable insights into Maya history, mythology, and scientific achievements. The Mayas' influence extends beyond stone and paper. Their sophisticated calendar system, which accurately tracked celestial movements, continues to amaze scholars. Agricultural techniques developed by the Maya, such as raised field systems and terracing, are still used in some areas today. Moreover, millions of people in Central America continue to speak Mayan languages, preserving linguistic and cultural traditions that stretch back millennia. Modern Maya communities maintain many traditional practices, including religious ceremonies, agricultural methods, and artistic traditions like weaving. This living heritage, combined with the wealth of archaeological evidence, ensures that the legacy of the Maya civilization remains vibrant and continues to shape our understanding of ancient American cultures. Modern technology has revolutionized archaeological research in Maya sites, unveiling secrets hidden for centuries. LiDAR, which stands for light detection and ranging, has been a game changer. This remote sensing method uses laser pulses to create detailed three-dimensional maps of the ground, even penetrating dense jungle canopies. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of previously unknown structures, revealing the true scale and complexity of Maya civilization. Satellite imagery has also played a crucial role. High-resolution images from space allow researchers to identify potential sites and track changes over time. This technology has helped uncover ancient roads, agricultural systems, and settlement patterns that were invisible from the ground. Advanced dating techniques have refined our understanding of Maya chronology. Accelerator mass spectrometry can determine the age of tiny organic samples with unprecedented accuracy. This has allowed archaeologists to create more precise timelines of Maya history and better understand the rise and fall of different cities. Digital technologies are transforming how artifacts are studied and preserved. Three-dimensional scanning and printing allow researchers to create exact replicas of fragile objects for study and display. Virtual and augmented reality applications are bringing Maya sites to life, allowing people around the world to explore these ancient cities in ways never before possible. The unfinished obelisk is located in the ancient quarries of Aswan, Egypt. This massive stone monument lies in its original location, partially carved from the solid bedrock of the quarry. Aswan, situated along the banks of the Nile River in southern Egypt, was renowned in ancient times for its high-quality granite, which was used extensively in the construction of monuments and structures throughout Egypt. The unfinished obelisk offers a unique glimpse into the engineering and construction techniques of ancient Egyptian stoneworkers. Had it been completed, this obelisk would have been the largest known ancient obelisk, towering at a height of approximately 42 meters and weighing nearly 1,100 tons. The quarry site where the unfinished obelisk rests has been transformed into an open-air museum, allowing visitors to observe the ancient stone-cutting marks and gain insight into the methods used to extract and shape these massive stone monuments. The obelisk remains attached to the bedrock, forever frozen in time at an early stage of its creation. This remarkable artifact serves as a testament to the ambitious nature of ancient Egyptian monumental architecture and the incredible skill of their craftsmen. Its presence in Aswan continues to draw researchers and tourists alike, offering a tangible connection to the engineering marvels of the ancient world. The unfinished obelisk, located in Aswan, Egypt, is a colossal monument that dwarfs all other known ancient obelisks. This massive stone structure measures approximately 137 feet in length, which is roughly equivalent to the height of a 13-story building. At its widest point, the obelisk spans about 4 meters, or 13 feet. Had it been completed and erected, the unfinished obelisk would have towered to a staggering height of 120 feet, making it by far the tallest obelisk in ancient Egypt. Its estimated weight is a staggering 1,200 tons, which is about the same as 240 adult African elephants. The sheer scale of this monument is a testament to the ambition and engineering prowess of the ancient Egyptians. It provides valuable insights into their quarrying and construction techniques, as the obelisk remains attached to the bedrock, frozen in time at various stages of the extraction process. Despite never reaching completion, the unfinished obelisk stands as a remarkable example of ancient monumental architecture, offering a unique glimpse into the grand vision and technical challenges faced by Egyptian builders over 3,000 years ago. The unfinished obelisk was created during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut in ancient Egypt, approximately 3,500 years ago. This massive stone monument was carved directly from the bedrock in a quarry near Aswan, a city located in southern Egypt. The project began around 1475 before Common Era, during the height of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. Quarry workers labored tirelessly to extract this enormous obelisk from the living rock, using dolerite balls to pound the granite and carve out its shape. However, the work was suddenly halted when cracks appeared in the stone, threatening the structural integrity of the obelisk. This unexpected flaw in the granite forced the ancient Egyptians to abandon their ambitious project. Had it been completed, the unfinished obelisk would have stood as the tallest and heaviest known obelisk in ancient Egypt. Its estimated height would have reached 42 meters, and it would have weighed nearly 1,200 tons. The sheer scale of this monument demonstrates the remarkable ambition and engineering prowess of the ancient Egyptians. Today, the unfinished obelisk remains in its original location, providing archaeologists and historians with valuable insights into ancient Egyptian stoneworking techniques and the monumental scale of their architectural aspirations. It serves as a testament to the technological capabilities and the grand vision of Queen Hatshepsut and her people. The creation of the obelisk was abandoned due to a combination of technical challenges and shifting priorities in ancient Egyptian society. Obelisks were massive stone monuments, often carved from a single piece of granite, and their construction required immense resources and skilled craftsmanship. As time progressed, the complexity and scale of these projects became increasingly difficult to manage. One key factor was the limitation of available technology. The tools and techniques used to quarry, transport, and erect these enormous stone pillars were pushed to their limits. As obelisks grew larger and more ambitious, the risk of failure and the cost of production skyrocketed, making them less feasible to create. Additionally, changes in religious and political landscapes played a role. Obelisks were closely tied to sun worship and the pharaoh's divine power. As religious practices evolved and political structures shifted, the symbolic importance of obelisks diminished. This reduced the motivation to invest vast resources in their creation. Furthermore, the focus of monumental architecture in ancient Egypt gradually shifted towards other forms of expression, such as elaborate temple complexes and intricate tomb designs. These new projects offered different ways to demonstrate power, wealth, and religious devotion, ultimately leading to the decline of obelisk construction. Ancient Egyptian stoneworkers employed an impressive array of tools and techniques to carve massive monuments like the unfinished obelisk. They used dolerite balls, a type of hard, igneous rock, to pound and shape the granite. These balls, weighing up to 12 pounds, were used to create indentations and rough out the basic form of the obelisk. For more precise carving, workers utilized copper chisels and bronze saws. The copper chisels, though relatively soft, were effective when combined with sand as an abrasive. Bronze saws, some reaching lengths of up to 7 feet, were used to cut through the hard granite. These saws were pulled back and forth by teams of workers, gradually slicing through the stone. Another crucial technique was the use of wooden wedges. Workers would cut a series of holes along a desired line, insert dry wooden wedges, and then soak them with water. As the wood expanded, it created immense pressure, causing the granite to split along the line. This method was particularly useful for separating large sections of stone from the quarry. The ancient Egyptians also employed sophisticated leveling and alignment techniques. They used plumb bobs, which are weights suspended on strings, to ensure the obelisk's sides were perfectly vertical. Squares and levels helped maintain precise right angles and flat surfaces. These tools, combined with the stoneworkers' expertise, allowed for the creation of remarkably accurate and imposing monuments, even if the unfinished obelisk itself was never completed. The unfinished obelisk stands as a unique testament to ancient Egyptian engineering and craftsmanship. Located in Aswan, this massive stone monument dwarfs many completed obelisks, stretching nearly 140 feet in length. Had it been completed, it would have towered over other ancient Egyptian obelisks by a significant margin, weighing in at a staggering 1,200 tons. Unlike its finished counterparts, the unfinished obelisk remains attached to the bedrock, providing archaeologists and historians with invaluable insights into the construction techniques used by ancient Egyptians. Tool marks and unfinished sections reveal the meticulous process of carving these monumental structures directly from the living rock. The scale of the unfinished obelisk highlights the ambition and technological capabilities of ancient Egyptian engineers. While completed obelisks typically stood between 20 and 30 meters tall, this behemoth would have reached a height of 42 meters, surpassing even the Lateran obelisk in Rome, currently the tallest ancient Egyptian obelisk in existence. However, a large crack discovered during its creation led to the abandonment of this massive project. This flaw in the granite, which would have compromised the structural integrity of the obelisk, serves as a reminder of the challenges faced by ancient craftsmen and the high standards they maintained in their monumental works. The unfinished obelisk in Aswan, Egypt, offers remarkable insights into the engineering prowess of ancient Egyptians. This massive stone monument, abandoned during its creation, serves as a frozen snapshot of ancient construction techniques. The sheer size of the obelisk, measuring nearly 42 meters in length and weighing over 1,000 tons, demonstrates the ambitious scale of Egyptian projects. It reveals the remarkable ability of ancient engineers to manipulate enormous blocks of granite with precision, using only basic tools made of copper, bronze, and stone. Examining the obelisk, we can see evidence of the ingenious methods used to shape the stone. Visible tool marks indicate that workers used a technique called pounding, where they struck the granite with dolerite balls to gradually chip away the unwanted rock. This process required immense skill and patience, highlighting the dedication and craftsmanship of ancient Egyptian stoneworkers. The unfinished state of the obelisk also provides clues about ancient quality control. A large crack, likely discovered during the carving process, is believed to be the reason for the monument's abandonment. This suggests that Egyptian engineers had strict standards for their monumental works and were unwilling to complete projects that did not meet their exacting criteria. The discovery of the unfinished obelisk quarry site in Aswan, Egypt, occurred in 1922 during an archaeological survey of the area. Egyptologist Reginald Engelbach led the expedition that uncovered this remarkable ancient work site. The team was exploring the granite quarries near Aswan when they stumbled upon this extraordinary find. What made this discovery particularly significant was the sheer size of the obelisk and the insight it provided into ancient Egyptian stoneworking techniques. The massive granite monolith, partially carved out of the bedrock, would have been the largest known ancient Egyptian obelisk if it had been completed. The site revealed not only the unfinished obelisk itself, but also the surrounding quarry area, complete with tool marks and debris from the stone cutting process. This allowed archaeologists to study the methods and tools used by ancient Egyptian craftsmen in creating these monumental structures. The unfinished obelisk quarry site has since become an important archaeological and tourist destination, offering visitors a unique glimpse into the ambitious engineering projects of ancient Egypt and the sophisticated techniques employed by their skilled artisans. The ancient Egyptians faced numerous daunting challenges in completing and erecting their massive obelisks. These monumental stone pillars, often weighing hundreds of tons, required immense effort and ingenuity to create and transport. Quarrying such enormous blocks of granite was the first major hurdle. The Egyptians had to carefully extract the stone without causing cracks or imperfections that could compromise the entire structure. They used copper chisels and dolerite pounders to painstakingly shape the obelisk while it was still attached to the bedrock, a process that could take months or even years. Transportation posed another significant challenge. Moving these colossal stones from quarries to their final destinations involved complex logistics. The Egyptians likely used large wooden rollers and sleds, with thousands of workers pulling in unison. They may have utilized the annual Nile flood to float the obelisks on barges, but this method came with its own risks of capsizing or damage. The final and perhaps most perilous task was erecting the obelisk. This required precise engineering and coordination. The Egyptians probably used a combination of levers, ramps, and counterweights to slowly raise the massive stone. Any miscalculation could result in the obelisk falling and shattering, or worse, injuring workers. The entire process of creating and erecting an obelisk could span several years and involve thousands of skilled laborers, showcasing the remarkable capabilities of ancient Egyptian engineering and organization. The unfinished obelisk site in Aswan, Egypt, has been carefully preserved and developed into an open-air museum for visitors to explore. Egyptian authorities have taken steps to protect this ancient quarry while making it accessible to the public. Walkways and viewing platforms have been constructed around the massive granite obelisk, allowing tourists to observe the ancient stoneworking techniques up close without damaging the artifact. Informational signs and displays have been installed to educate visitors about the obelisk's history and significance. These signs explain how ancient Egyptian workers used dolerite balls to pound the granite and create the obelisk's shape. They also describe how the project was ultimately abandoned when cracks appeared in the stone. The site is now part of the broader Aswan archaeological area and is included in many guided tours of the region. Preservation efforts have focused on protecting the obelisk from further erosion while maintaining the quarry setting to give visitors a sense of the original work environment. The Egyptian government continues to monitor the site and conduct periodic conservation work to ensure its long-term preservation. Developing the unfinished obelisk as a tourist attraction has helped raise awareness about ancient Egyptian engineering and stoneworking skills. It provides a tangible link to the grand monuments of places like Luxor and Cairo, allowing visitors to better understand how those massive structures were created. The site stands as a testament to the ambition and ingenuity of ancient Egyptian craftsmen, preserved for modern audiences to appreciate and study. Bog bodies are remarkably preserved human remains discovered in peat bogs across northern Europe. These ancient corpses, some dating back thousands of years, have been naturally mummified by the unique chemical composition of the bog environment. The cold, acidic, and oxygen-poor conditions of peat bogs prevent normal decomposition, resulting in the exceptional preservation of skin, hair, and internal organs. These fascinating time capsules provide archaeologists and historians with invaluable insights into the lives and deaths of ancient people. Many bog bodies show signs of violent deaths, suggesting they may have been victims of ritual sacrifices or executions. The Tolland man, found in Denmark, is one of the most famous examples, with his facial features so well preserved that he appears to be peacefully sleeping despite being over 2,000 years old. The contents of their stomachs reveal details about ancient diets and agricultural practices, while their clothing and personal belongings offer glimpses into the fashions and daily lives of our ancestors. Some bog bodies even retain fingerprints, adding another layer of connection to these ancient individuals. Studying bog bodies continues to yield new information about past societies, religious practices, and the evolution of human culture. Their discovery and analysis bridge the gap between modern science and ancient history, allowing us to look into the eyes of our distant ancestors and unravel the mysteries of their lives and deaths. Bog bodies have been unearthed in various parts of northern Europe, particularly in areas with extensive peatlands. These remarkably preserved human remains have been found in countries such as Ireland, the United Kingdom, Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark. The cold, acidic, and oxygen-poor environment of peat bogs creates ideal conditions for preserving organic material, including human tissue and even clothing. In Ireland, notable discoveries include the Cashel Man and Old Croghan Man, both found in County Offaly. The United Kingdom has yielded several significant finds, such as the Lindo Man, discovered in Cheshire, England. Germany is home to the famous Tolland Man, found in the Jutland Peninsula, while the Netherlands has produced discoveries like the Oid Girl in Drenthe province. Denmark has been particularly rich in bog body finds, with examples like the Graubal Man and Huldremo's Woman. These discoveries have provided invaluable insights into ancient societies, offering glimpses into their clothing, diets, and even potential ritual practices. The preservation of these bodies, some dating back over 2,000 years, continues to fascinate archaeologists and the public alike. The oldest known bog bodies date back to an astonishing 10,000 years ago, with some of the most well-preserved specimens coming from the Iron Age, around 2,500 years in the past. These ancient human remains, naturally mummified by the unique conditions of peat bogs, offer us a remarkable window into the lives of our ancestors. Bog bodies have been discovered across northern Europe, particularly in countries like Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, and Ireland. The acidic, oxygen-poor environment of peat bogs creates ideal conditions for preserving organic material, including human tissue, hair, and even clothing. One of the most famous examples is Tolland Man, found in Denmark and dating back to around 400 BCE. His remarkably preserved features, including facial expressions and fingerprints, provide invaluable insights into the appearance and lifestyle of people from that era. These ancient remains not only help scientists understand physical characteristics of past populations, but also offer clues about diet, health, and even social practices. Many bog bodies show signs of violent deaths, suggesting they may have been victims of ritual sacrifices or executions, shedding light on the complex social and religious practices of our ancestors. Bog bodies, those ancient human remains found in peat bogs, owe their remarkable preservation to the unique environment of these wetlands. Peat bogs are essentially waterlogged areas where plant matter accumulates over thousands of years, creating highly acidic and oxygen-poor conditions. This acidic environment effectively tans the skin and internal organs of bodies that become submerged, much like the process used to create leather. The lack of oxygen in bogs prevents the growth of bacteria that would normally cause decomposition. This anaerobic setting, combined with the presence of a compound called sphagnum found in peat moss, creates a powerful preservation effect. Sphagnum reacts with enzymes from the bog plants to form humic acid, which further preserves organic material by halting the growth of microorganisms. Additionally, the cold temperatures typical of many bog environments slow down chemical reactions that would otherwise break down tissues. The result is a set of conditions that can preserve human remains for millennia, allowing us to study individuals who lived thousands of years ago with an unprecedented level of detail. These well-preserved bog bodies provide invaluable insights into ancient cultures, diets, and even causes of death, offering a unique window into our past that few other archaeological finds can match. Bog bodies provide a remarkable window into ancient societies, offering invaluable insights into past cultures and practices. These remarkably preserved human remains, found in peat bogs across northern Europe, have survived for thousands of years due to the unique chemical composition of their burial environment. These ancient corpses reveal a wealth of information about diet, health, and daily life in prehistoric communities. Analysis of their stomach contents and hair samples allows scientists to determine what people ate and how their diets changed seasonally. The bodies also show evidence of various ailments and medical treatments, shedding light on ancient healthcare practices and the challenges faced by our ancestors. Perhaps most intriguingly, bog bodies often bear signs of violent deaths, suggesting they may have been victims of ritual sacrifices or executions. Many show evidence of multiple forms of trauma, such as strangulation, stabbing, and blunt force injuries. This has led researchers to theorize about complex religious practices and judicial systems in ancient societies, where certain individuals may have been chosen for sacrifice to appease deities or punish wrongdoers. The clothing and accessories found with bog bodies provide valuable information about ancient textile production, fashion, and social status. Items such as cloaks, shoes, and jewelry offer glimpses into the craftsmanship and artistic sensibilities of these long-gone cultures. By studying these artifacts alongside the bodies themselves, archaeologists can paint a more complete picture of life in ancient times, bridging the gap between our world and theirs. Tollund Man is a remarkably well-preserved human body, discovered in a peat bog near Silkeborg, Denmark in 1950. This ancient corpse dates back to the Iron Age, approximately 2,400 years ago. The exceptional state of preservation allows us to see intricate details of his face, including his closed eyes, stubble, and even his leathery skin. The significance of Tollund Man lies in the wealth of information he provides about life during the Iron Age. His body offers invaluable insights into diet, clothing, and health conditions of people from that era. Scientists have been able to analyze his stomach contents, revealing his last meal consisted of a porridge made from various grains and seeds. Perhaps most intriguing is the manner of Tollman death. A noose found around his neck suggests he was hanged, possibly as part of a ritual sacrifice. This evidence has led researchers to hypothesize about religious practices and social structures in Iron Age societies. Tollund Man serves as a time capsule, bridging the gap between our modern world and the distant past. His discovery has greatly enhanced our understanding of prehistoric European cultures and continues to fascinate both scientists and the public alike. Archaeologists employ specialized techniques to study and preserve bog bodies, those remarkably well-preserved human remains found in peat bogs across northern Europe. When a bog body is discovered, the first step is careful excavation to remove the remains and surrounding peat without causing damage. This delicate process often involves keeping the body wet to prevent rapid deterioration upon exposure to air. Once excavated, the bog body undergoes detailed examination and analysis. Scientists use advanced imaging technologies like computed tomography scans to examine the internal structures without invasive procedures. DNA analysis provides insights into the individual's genetic makeup and possible familial relationships. Isotope analysis of teeth and bones can reveal information about diet and geographic origin. Preservation of bog bodies is a complex process aimed at halting decomposition while maintaining the remains in a stable condition. Methods vary, but often involve careful cleaning, treatment with preservative chemicals, and controlled drying. Some bog bodies are kept in climate-controlled environments to prevent further degradation. Ongoing monitoring and periodic retreatment are essential to ensure long-term preservation. The study of bog bodies offers unique insights into ancient societies, from daily life and diet to ritual practices and violent deaths. By combining archaeological expertise with cutting-edge scientific techniques, researchers continue to uncover new information about our ancestors, shedding light on human history and culture from thousands of years ago. The practice of placing bodies in bogs, often referred to as bog burials, has fascinated archaeologists and historians for centuries. Several theories attempt to explain this enigmatic custom, which was prevalent in northern Europe during the Iron Age and early medieval period. One prominent theory suggests that many bog bodies were sacrificial victims. Ancient societies may have offered these individuals to their gods, believing that the liminal nature of bogs, existing between land and water, served as a gateway to the spirit world. This theory is supported by evidence of violent deaths and ritualistic treatment of some bog bodies. Another explanation proposes that bogs were used as a form of punishment or execution for criminals or social outcasts. Some bog bodies show signs of multiple injuries or restraints, indicating they may have been executed and deliberately placed in the bog to deny them a proper burial. This act could have been seen as a way to condemn the individual in both this life and the afterlife. A less dramatic theory posits that some bog burials were simply a practical method of disposal in areas where digging graves was difficult due to waterlogged soil. In this case, the preservation of bodies might have been an unintended consequence rather than the primary goal. However, the careful positioning and valuable grave goods found with some bog bodies suggest that at least some of these burials were intentional and meaningful. Bog bodies have provided archaeologists with a fascinating window into ancient violence and rituals. These remarkably preserved human remains, found in peat bogs across northern Europe, often show signs of brutal deaths and possible ritual sacrifices. Many bog bodies exhibit evidence of multiple forms of trauma. For instance, the Tolland man, discovered in Denmark, had a noose around his neck, indicating he died by hanging. Similarly, Lindow man, found in England, showed signs of a brutal triple death. He was struck on the head, strangled, and had his throat cut. These violent deaths suggest these individuals may have been victims of ritual killings or executions. Some bog bodies also display evidence of deliberate mutilation. The Graubal man, another Danish find, had his throat slit from ear to ear. Interestingly, some bodies show signs of careful preparation after death, such as manicured nails or intricate hairstyles, hinting at a ritualistic aspect to their burial. The locations where these bodies were found also support the idea of ritual significance. Peat bogs were often considered sacred places in ancient European cultures, possibly seen as gateways to the spirit world. The deliberate placement of bodies in these areas, sometimes accompanied by valuable objects, suggests these weren't merely victims of violence, but perhaps offerings to the gods or the earth itself. Bog bodies have revolutionized our understanding of ancient European cultures, providing a remarkable window into the past. These incredibly well-preserved human remains, found in peat bogs across northern Europe, offer unparalleled insights into the lives, deaths, and societies of people who lived thousands of years ago. One of the most significant contributions of bog bodies has been in the realm of ancient religious practices and rituals. Many bog bodies show evidence of violent deaths, with some bearing multiple wounds or signs of strangulation. This has led researchers to theorize that these individuals may have been sacrificial victims, suggesting complex religious beliefs and practices that were previously unknown or poorly understood. The clothing and personal items found with bog bodies have also expanded our knowledge of ancient European fashion and craftsmanship. Intricately woven textiles, leather goods, and even hairstyles have been preserved, revealing a level of sophistication in clothing and personal adornment that was unexpected for these early societies. This has challenged previous assumptions about the technological capabilities and aesthetic sensibilities of ancient European cultures. Furthermore, analysis of bog bodies has provided valuable information about diet, health, and daily life in ancient Europe. By examining the contents of their stomachs and analyzing their hair and nails, scientists have been able to reconstruct the diets of these individuals, shedding light on agricultural practices and food availability. Additionally, evidence of diseases and physical conditions found in bog bodies has enhanced our understanding of health and medical knowledge in these ancient societies, painting a more complete picture of life in prehistoric Europe. Rongorongo is an undeciphered system of glyphs discovered on Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui. This mysterious writing system consists of intricate symbols carved on wooden tablets and other artifacts found on the island. The glyphs depict a variety of stylized human, animal, and geometric forms, arranged in rows that are typically read from left to right and bottom to top. Discovered in the 19th century, Rongorongo remains one of the world's great linguistic puzzles. Despite numerous attempts by researchers and cryptographers, the meaning of these enigmatic symbols continues to elude modern understanding. Some scholars believe Rongorongo might represent a form of proto-writing, while others argue it could be a fully developed writing system capable of recording the Rapa Nui language. The origin and purpose of Rongorongo are subjects of ongoing debate. Some theories suggest it was developed independently by the island's inhabitants, while others propose it may have been influenced by contact with South American cultures. The scarcity of surviving Rongorongo artifacts, combined with the loss of traditional knowledge following the island's population collapse, has made decipherment particularly challenging. Rongorongo stands as a testament to the ingenuity and complexity of Polynesian cultures, challenging our understanding of the development of writing systems in isolated societies. Its continued mystery invites us to explore the boundaries of human communication and the diverse ways in which ancient civilizations recorded their thoughts and histories. Rongorongo, the mysterious script of Easter Island, first came to European attention in the mid-19th century. In 1864, Joseph Eugene Hérode, a lay missionary from the Catholic Church, arrived on Easter Island. During his stay, he observed wooden tablets and staffs covered in strange glyphs that the native Rapa Nui people called Rongorongo. Hérode's report, published 2 years later, marked the first documented European encounter with this enigmatic writing system. However, Hérode's discovery did not immediately spark widespread interest. It was not until 1868 that the script gained more attention. That year, Tepano Jausen, the bishop of Tahiti, received a gift of a Rongorongo artifact. Intrigued by the unusual characters, Jausen began collecting more tablets and initiated early efforts to decipher the script. This renewed focus on Rongorongo led to increased collection and study of the artifacts in subsequent years. European scholars and explorers became fascinated by the possibility of an indigenous writing system in Polynesia, a region previously thought to lack written languages. Despite this growing interest, the meaning of Rongorongo remains elusive to this day, continuing to captivate researchers and enthusiasts alike. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island remains shrouded in mystery, with its exact age still a subject of debate among scholars. Current evidence suggests that this enigmatic writing system likely originated sometime between the 13th and 18th centuries. Some researchers propose that Rongorongo might have developed as early as 1200 CE, coinciding with the arrival of the first Polynesian settlers on Easter Island. However, a more conservative estimate places its creation around 1700 CE, possibly influenced by the brief visit of Spanish explorers in 1687. The lack of precise dating stems from the absence of any Rongorongo artifacts in well-documented archaeological contexts. Most known examples of this script were collected in the 19th century, long after their creation. This gap in the historical record has made it challenging for scientists to establish a definitive timeline for Rongorongo's development. Despite the uncertainty surrounding its age, Rongorongo holds the distinction of being the only known indigenous writing system in Oceania developed before European contact. This unique status has fueled ongoing research and speculation about its origins, purpose, and the sophisticated culture that produced it. Rongorongo stands out as one of the most enigmatic writing systems ever discovered. This script, found exclusively on Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui, remains undeciphered to this day, setting it apart from many other ancient writing systems that have been decoded over time. What makes Rongorongo truly unique is its complete isolation from other known scripts. Unlike many writing systems that evolved from or were influenced by predecessors, Rongorongo appears to have developed independently on this remote Pacific island. The glyphs, consisting of stylized human, animal, and geometric figures, are written in a distinctive reverse boustrophodon style, meaning alternate lines must be read upside down. Another fascinating aspect of Rongorongo is its scarcity. Only about 24 wooden tablets and other objects bearing these mysterious inscriptions have survived. This limited corpus, combined with the lack of any bilingual texts, has made decipherment extremely challenging. Some researchers speculate that Rongorongo might represent a form of proto-writing or mnemonic system rather than a full writing system, adding another layer of intrigue to its study. The mystery surrounding Rongorongo extends to its origins and purpose. Some theories suggest it was developed in response to European writing systems encountered during early contact, while others propose a much older indigenous origin. Regardless of its beginnings, Rongorongo remains a testament to the ingenuity of the Rapa Nui people and a unique puzzle in the field of ancient linguistics. Currently, there are 26 known Rongorongo artifacts scattered across the world. These enigmatic wooden tablets, carved with mysterious glyphs, originate from Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui. However, none of these artifacts remain on the island itself. The majority of Rongorongo tablets are housed in museums and private collections across Europe and the Americas. The largest collection, consisting of 7 artifacts, is found at the Congregation of the Sacred Hearts of Jesus and Mary in Rome, Italy. Other significant collections include 2 tablets at the British Museum in London and 2 at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Several museums in Chile, the country that administers Easter Island, also possess Rongorongo artifacts. The Museo Nacional de Historia Natural in Santiago and the Museo Antropológico Padre Sebastián Englert on Easter Island each hold 1 tablet. Additional artifacts are located in Vienna, St. Petersburg, and Berlin. The dispersal of these artifacts around the globe has made their study challenging for researchers. Despite their relatively small number, the Rongorongo tablets continue to captivate linguists and anthropologists who still struggle to decipher their meaning and unlock the secrets of this lost writing system. Rongorongo, the mysterious script of Easter Island, has intrigued researchers for over a century. Since its discovery in the 19th century, numerous attempts have been made to unlock its secrets. Linguists, anthropologists, and cryptographers have all tried their hand at deciphering this enigmatic writing system. One of the earliest attempts was made by Bishop Tepano Yausen in the 1870s. He interviewed 2 Easter Islanders who claimed to be able to read the glyphs, but their interpretations were later found to be unreliable. In the 20th century, various scholars proposed different theories about the nature of Rongorongo. Some suggested it was a form of proto-writing, while others believed it to be a fully developed script. More recently, researchers have employed modern technology and computational methods in their decipherment efforts. They have used statistical analysis to identify patterns in the glyphs and compared them with known writing systems. Some have even attempted to apply machine learning algorithms to the problem, hoping that artificial intelligence might spot patterns that human eyes have missed. Despite these varied approaches, Rongorongo remains undeciphered. The lack of a bilingual text, similar to the Rosetta Stone that helped decode Egyptian hieroglyphs, has been a significant obstacle. However, researchers continue their efforts, driven by the tantalizing possibility that Rongorongo might provide unique insights into the history and culture of Easter Island. Rongorongo, the mysterious writing system of Easter Island, has baffled researchers for over a century. This enigmatic script has proven exceptionally challenging to decipher due to several key factors. Firstly, there are no surviving native speakers or writers of Rongorongo, leaving linguists without a Rosetta Stone or any direct cultural context to aid in translation. The last known experts capable of reading the script died in the 19th century, taking their knowledge with them. Compounding this issue is the limited number of Rongorongo artifacts that have survived to the present day. Only about 24 objects bearing these inscriptions exist, providing a small sample size for researchers to work with. This scarcity of material makes it difficult to identify patterns or establish a comprehensive understanding of the writing system. Another significant hurdle is the unique nature of Rongorongo itself. Unlike many other writing systems, it does not appear to have clear similarities to any known script, making comparative analysis challenging. Some scholars have suggested it might be logographic, while others propose it could be a form of proto-writing, or even a memory aid for reciting oral traditions. This uncertainty about its fundamental nature further complicates decipherment efforts. Rongorongo, the undeciphered script of Easter Island, has puzzled researchers for centuries. Several theories attempt to explain its origin and purpose, though none have been conclusively proven. Some scholars suggest Rongorongo was developed independently by the Rapa Nui people, possibly inspired by their exposure to the concept of writing during European contact in the 18th century. Others argue it may have much older roots, potentially dating back to the original Polynesian settlers of the island. As for its purpose, one prevailing theory proposes that Rongorongo served as a mnemonic device, for reciting sacred chants or genealogies. This idea aligns with similar practices found in other Polynesian cultures. Another hypothesis suggests the script was used for astronomical or calendrical records, given the cyclical nature of some of the symbols. Some researchers even speculate that rongorongo might have been a form of proto-writing, representing ideas rather than specific spoken language. Intriguingly, a minority of scholars have proposed more unconventional theories, including the idea that rongorongo might be evidence of pre-Columbian contact between Easter Island and South American civilizations. However, this remains highly speculative and lacks substantial supporting evidence. The scarcity of surviving rongorongo artifacts, with only about 24 known examples, further complicates efforts to unravel its mysteries. Despite numerous attempts at decipherment, rongorongo continues to guard its secrets. The loss of knowledge among the Rapa Nui people following the devastating impacts of European contact has left modern researchers with limited contextual information. As a result, rongorongo remains one of the world's most enigmatic writing systems, its true origin and purpose still shrouded in mystery. Rongorongo, the undeciphered script of Easter Island, is deeply intertwined with the rich cultural tapestry of Rapa Nui. This mysterious writing system, consisting of intricate glyphs carved on wooden tablets, stands as a testament to the intellectual sophistication of the ancient Rapa Nui people. The script is believed to have been created and used by the island's elite, possibly recording genealogies, religious texts, and important cultural information. This exclusivity aligns with the hierarchical structure of Rapa Nui society, where knowledge and power were concentrated among chiefs and priests. Rongorongo also connects to the island's famous Moai statues and the cult of ancestor worship. Some researchers speculate that the tablets might contain information about the construction and significance of these monumental figures, linking the written word to the island's most iconic cultural expression. The loss of the ability to read rongorongo mirrors the broader cultural disruptions experienced by the Rapa Nui people due to external contact, environmental challenges, and societal changes. Today, efforts to decipher the script represent not just a linguistic puzzle, but a quest to recover lost aspects of Rapa Nui heritage and deepen our understanding of this unique Polynesian culture. Scientists are employing cutting-edge technologies to unravel the mysteries of rongorongo, the undeciphered script of Easter Island. Advanced imaging techniques, such as multispectral imaging and three-dimensional scanning, are now being used to capture detailed surface information from the wooden tablets bearing these enigmatic glyphs. These methods allow researchers to examine minute details that were previously invisible to the naked eye, potentially revealing new clues about the script's structure and meaning. Computer algorithms and artificial intelligence are also playing a crucial role in the study of rongorongo. Researchers are using machine learning models to analyze patterns within the script, comparing it to known writing systems, and searching for statistical regularities that might indicate linguistic structure. This computational approach allows for the rapid processing of large amounts of data, potentially uncovering patterns that human researchers might miss. Digital databases and collaborative platforms are enabling scholars from around the world to share information and work together on deciphering rongorongo. These tools allow for the creation of comprehensive catalogues of glyphs and facilitate the comparison of different tablets and inscriptions. By pooling resources and expertise, researchers hope to make breakthroughs in understanding this mysterious script. Genetic studies are also contributing to rongorongo research, albeit indirectly. By analyzing the DNA of modern Easter Islanders and comparing it to ancient samples, scientists are gaining insights into the population history of the island. This information could provide context for the development and use of the rongorongo script, helping to place it within the broader cultural and historical framework of Easter Island. Nan Madol is located on the eastern shore of Pohnpei Island, which is part of the Federated States of Micronesia in the western Pacific Ocean. This ancient city, often called the Venice of the Pacific, sits on a coral reef about 1.5 kilometers off the main island of Pohnpei. The site covers an area of approximately 92 square kilometers and consists of a series of small artificial islands linked by a network of canals. The ruins of Nan Madol are situated in a lagoon protected by the surrounding reef, making it an ideal location for an ancient capital. The city was built between 1200 and 1700 CE by the Sodeleur dynasty, who ruled over Pohnpei for more than 1,000 years. The name Nan Madol means spaces between in the Pohnpeian language, referring to the canals that crisscross the ruins. This remarkable archaeological site is composed of nearly 100 artificial islets made of basalt and coral boulders. These islets are separated by tidal canals and protected by an outer seawall. The largest and most impressive structure at Nan Madol is Nandawas, a royal mortuary complex with walls up to 8 meters high and 5 meters thick. Nan Madol remains a testament to the engineering skills of the ancient Pohnpeians, who constructed this massive city using only Stone Age technology. Its remote location and unique architecture have led to numerous theories about its construction and purpose, making it a subject of fascination for archaeologists and historians alike. Nan Madol, the ancient city of stone ruins located off the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia, was constructed over a significant period of time. Archaeological evidence suggests that the initial phases of building began around 1,300 years ago, in the early 8th century of the Common Era. However, the majority of the structures we see today were likely erected between the 12th and 13th centuries. This remarkable feat of engineering and construction continued for several centuries, with the city reaching its peak of power and influence around the year 1500. Nan Madol served as the ceremonial and political seat of the Sodeleur dynasty, which ruled over Pohnpei for more than a millennium. The city's unique architecture, composed of massive basalt and coral boulders, has puzzled researchers for generations. Some of these stones weigh up to 50 tons, and how they were transported and precisely placed remains a subject of debate among archaeologists and historians. Nan Madol's construction represents an impressive achievement for a society that lacked metal tools or even the wheel. Its intricate network of artificial islets, canals, and stone structures stands as a testament to the ingenuity and organizational capabilities of the ancient Pohnpeians, offering a glimpse into a sophisticated Micronesian civilization that thrived long before European contact. Nan Madol stands as a testament to ancient engineering prowess on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia. This remarkable city, built entirely over water, consists of nearly 100 artificial islets connected by a network of canals. The most striking feature of Nan Madol is its massive basalt walls, constructed from enormous columnar rocks stacked in a crisscross pattern. These rocks, some weighing up to 50 tons, were quarried from volcanic sites miles away and transported to the site through means that still puzzle archaeologists today. The islets of Nan Madol served various purposes, including residential areas, temples, and tombs for the ruling elite. Each islet is surrounded by these imposing basalt walls, creating a series of enclosed spaces that rise several meters above the water. The precision of the stone placement is remarkable, with many walls still standing strong after centuries of exposure to tropical storms and tidal forces. Intricate canal systems weave through the city, allowing for easy boat navigation between the islets. These waterways, ranging from small channels to wider throughways, showcase the advanced hydrological understanding of the ancient Pohnpeians. The canals not only facilitated transportation, but also likely served important ceremonial and defensive functions. One of the most enigmatic aspects of Nan Madol is its foundation. The entire city is built atop a coral reef, with the basalt structures resting on a bed of coral fill. This unique construction method has led to Nan Madol being dubbed the Venice of the Pacific, highlighting its status as an architectural marvel that seamlessly blends human ingenuity with the natural environment. The Nan Madol complex is a remarkable archaeological site that spans an impressive area. This ancient city, located off the shore of Pohnpei Island in Micronesia, covers approximately 150 acres, or 0.6 square kilometers. The complex consists of nearly 100 artificial islets built on a coral reef, forming a network of canals and structures that has earned it the nickname Venice of the Pacific. These islets are constructed from massive basalt and coral boulders, some weighing up to 50 tons. The largest islet, Nandawas, serves as the site of a royal mortuary complex and measures 320 feet long by 120 feet wide. The sheer scale of Nan Madol becomes even more astonishing when considering that it was built between the 8th and 13th centuries without the aid of modern technology. The complex's intricate layout includes residential areas, temples, tombs, and other ceremonial structures. The canals between the islets, which can be navigated by small watercraft, add another dimension to the site's size, creating a total aquatic area that significantly expands the complex's effective reach. What makes Nan Madol's size truly remarkable is not just its physical dimensions, but the immense effort and engineering skill required to transport and stack the enormous stones used in its construction. This feat of ancient architecture stands as a testament to the ingenuity and organizational capabilities of the Sodeleur dynasty that ruled this Micronesian wonder. Nan Madol, the ancient city of stone, located off the coast of Pohnpei in Micronesia, was constructed using an impressive array of materials, primarily sourced from the surrounding environment. The main building blocks were massive basalt stones, some weighing up to 50 tons. These volcanic rocks were quarried from various sites around the island of Pohnpei and transported to the construction site. The builders of Nan Madol also utilized coral limestone, which they harvested from nearby reefs. This material was used to fill spaces between the larger basalt stones and create smoother surfaces. The combination of dark basalt and lighter coral created a striking visual contrast in the structures. To bind these materials together, the ancient engineers employed a sophisticated form of dry stone construction. They carefully stacked and interlocked the basalt logs and coral rubble without the use of mortar. This technique required exceptional skill and precision, as the massive stones had to be perfectly balanced to ensure the stability of the structures. The ingenuity of Nan Madol's builders extended to the foundation of the city itself. They created artificial islets by piling coral fill on top of the existing reef, forming a sturdy base for their monumental architecture. This innovative approach allowed them to expand their building area and create a truly unique cityscape that has endured for centuries. The construction of Nan Madol, an ancient city built on artificial islands off the coast of Pohnpei in Micronesia, remains a fascinating enigma. The massive basalt stones used in its construction, some weighing up to 50 tons, pose a significant challenge to our understanding of ancient engineering techniques. Archaeologists and researchers have proposed several theories about how these colossal stones were transported and assembled. One possibility is that the builders used rafts made from native trees to float the stones from nearby quarries to the construction site. This method would have taken advantage of the island's extensive canal system, allowing for easier movement of heavy materials. Another theory suggests that the stones were moved using a combination of wooden rollers and levers. This technique, observed in other ancient construction sites worldwide, could have enabled the builders to maneuver the massive blocks into place with relative efficiency. Some experts also speculate that the builders might have used sophisticated pulleys and ramps to lift and position the stones. Regardless of the specific methods used, the construction of Nan Madol undoubtedly required extensive planning, coordination, and labor. The precision with which the stones were fitted together indicates a high level of architectural skill and engineering knowledge. The mystery surrounding Nan Madol's construction continues to intrigue researchers and visitors alike, serving as a testament to the ingenuity and capabilities of ancient civilizations. Nan Madol was an ancient city built on a series of artificial islands off the coast of Pohnpei in Micronesia. This remarkable complex served as the ceremonial and political seat of the Sodeleur dynasty, which ruled over Pohnpei for nearly 1,000 years until the early 17th century. The sprawling stone city was constructed to separate the ruling elite from the common people, creating a physical and symbolic divide between the leaders and their subjects. Nan Madol functioned as a royal compound, housing the residences of chiefs and priests, as well as sacred spaces for religious rituals and ceremonies. One of the primary purposes of Nan Madol was to centralize and consolidate power. By creating this impressive and isolated seat of authority, the Sodeleur rulers could maintain control over the population and resources of Pohnpei. The complex design and scale of the city also served to demonstrate the power and sophistication of the ruling dynasty to both their subjects and potential rivals. Nan Madol additionally played a crucial role in the religious life of ancient Pohnpeian society. Many of its structures were dedicated to various deities and spirits, and it was believed to be a place where the living could communicate with the world of the dead. This spiritual significance further enhanced the authority of the rulers who controlled access to this sacred site. Nan Madol, the ancient city of stone ruins located off the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia, is steeped in fascinating legends and myths. The Pohnpeian people have passed down stories about this mysterious place for generations, blending historical facts with supernatural elements. One of the most prominent legends speaks of two powerful sorcerer brothers, Olisipa and Olosopa, who are said to have founded Nan Madol. According to the tale, these brothers used their magical abilities to fly the massive basalt stones used in construction through the air, effortlessly placing them to create the impressive structures we see today. This myth attempts to explain the seemingly impossible feat of building such a massive complex without modern technology. Another intriguing legend tells of a powerful dragon that once lived beneath Nan Madol. This creature, known as the Kedede, was believed to be the guardian of the city and its ruling dynasty. The myth claims that the dragon would emerge from the waters to protect Nan Madol from invaders, ensuring the safety of its inhabitants and the continuation of their way of life. The people of Pohnpei also speak of Isokelekel, a legendary warrior said to have overthrown the Sodeleur dynasty that ruled Nan Madol. This tale blends historical events with mythical elements, describing how Isokelekel, born from a union between a human woman and a thunder god, led an invasion force to conquer the city and establish a new era of governance on the island. Nan Madol, the ancient city of stone off the coast of Pohnpei in Micronesia, has faced significant challenges from natural forces over the centuries. Ocean waves and tides have continuously battered the artificial islets and massive basalt structures, gradually eroding the intricate network of canals and buildings. Rising sea levels pose an increasing threat, with some parts of the site now submerged during high tides. Tropical storms and typhoons have also taken their toll on Nan Madol. These powerful weather systems have caused damage to the stone structures, dislodging blocks and weakening the overall integrity of the site. The constant exposure to salt water has led to the corrosion of the basalt stones, making them more susceptible to breakage and erosion. Vegetation growth has been another natural force affecting Nan Madol. Trees and other plants have taken root in the crevices between stones, their expanding root systems slowly pushing apart the carefully constructed walls and platforms. This botanical invasion has both protected and damaged the site, offering some stability while simultaneously threatening the structural integrity of the ancient city. Despite these challenges, much of Nan Madol remains standing, a testament to the skill and ingenuity of its builders. However, the ongoing impact of natural forces highlights the urgent need for conservation efforts to preserve this remarkable archaeological site for future generations. Nan Madol, The ancient city of stone ruins located off the coast of Pohnpei in the Federated States of Micronesia has been the focus of increasing conservation efforts in recent years. In 2016, UNESCO designated Nan Madol as a World Heritage Site, recognizing its outstanding universal value and the need for its protection. The Federated States of Micronesia government, in collaboration with international organizations, has implemented measures to safeguard this remarkable archaeological site. These efforts include regular monitoring of the ruins to assess their condition and identify areas requiring immediate attention. Experts have been working to stabilize some of the most vulnerable structures, using traditional techniques and materials whenever possible to maintain the site's authenticity. One of the primary challenges facing Nan Madol is the encroachment of mangrove trees, whose roots can damage the ancient stonework. Conservation teams have been carefully removing these plants while ensuring minimal impact on the surrounding ecosystem. Additionally, efforts are underway to mitigate the effects of rising sea levels and coastal erosion, which pose significant threats to the low-lying ruins. Education and awareness programs have also been established to engage local communities and visitors in the preservation of Nan Madol. These initiatives aim to foster a sense of stewardship among the Pohnpeian people and promote sustainable tourism practices that balance access to the site with its long-term protection. The Shroud of Turin is a famous and controversial religious artifact. It is a long linen cloth bearing the faint image of a man who appears to have suffered physical trauma, consistent with crucifixion. Many believe this cloth to be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ, while others contend it is a medieval forgery. This ancient piece of fabric measures approximately 14 feet long and 3.5 feet wide. The image on the shroud shows a bearded man with long hair, his arms crossed over his body. Notably, the image displays wounds on the wrists, feet, and side, mirroring the biblical accounts of Jesus' crucifixion. The shroud has been the subject of intense scientific study and debate. Carbon dating tests conducted in 1988 suggested the cloth originated in the Middle Ages, between 1260 and 1390. However, some researchers argue that these results may have been skewed by contamination from centuries of handling and exposure. Despite ongoing controversy, the Shroud of Turin continues to fascinate both believers and skeptics alike. It remains one of the most studied artifacts in human history, sitting at the intersection of faith, history, and science. The Catholic Church neither officially endorses nor rejects the shroud's authenticity, allowing pilgrims to venerate it as a symbol of Christ's suffering. The Shroud of Turin is housed in the Cathedral of St. John the Baptist in Turin, Italy. This ancient city, located in the northwestern part of the country, has been the home of this enigmatic artifact since the mid-16th century. The shroud is not on permanent public display, but is instead stored in a climate-controlled vault within the cathedral, carefully protected from environmental factors that could cause deterioration. When the shroud is exhibited, which occurs infrequently, it is placed in a specially designed case filled with inert gas to preserve its delicate fibers. These rare public viewings draw millions of pilgrims and curious observers from around the world, all eager to catch a glimpse of this controversial piece of cloth. The cathedral itself is a grand structure, built in the late 15th century, and serves as a fitting guardian for such a historically significant and debated item. Security measures surrounding the shroud are extensive, reflecting its importance both as a religious relic for many Christians and as an object of intense scientific and historical interest. The Shroud of Turin shows a faint, life-sized image of a man who appears to have suffered physical trauma consistent with crucifixion. This mysterious cloth bears the front and back impressions of a human figure with his arms crossed over his chest. The image displays wounds on the wrists, feet, and side, as well as markings that resemble those from flagellation on the back. Many interpret these features as corresponding to the biblical accounts of Jesus Christ's crucifixion. The face on the shroud shows a bearded man with long hair, and the body bears signs of wounds that align with the Gospel narratives. These include apparent puncture marks on the head, possibly from a crown of thorns, and a large wound on the side of the chest. The image on the shroud is notable for its unique properties. It appears as a photographic negative, with light and dark areas reversed, a characteristic that became more apparent when the shroud was first photographed in 1896. This unexpected feature has fueled debate about the origin and authenticity of the image. While the Shroud of Turin remains a subject of intense scientific study and religious devotion, its exact nature and origin continue to be topics of ongoing research and discussion among scholars, scientists, and theologians worldwide. The Shroud of Turin is claimed by some to be the burial cloth of Jesus Christ, dating back to the 1st century of the Common Era. This would place its age at approximately 2,000 years old. However, the true age and origin of the shroud have been subjects of intense debate and scientific investigation for decades. Carbon dating tests conducted in 1988 suggested that the shroud originated between 1260 and 1390 of the Common Era, making it only about 700 years old. This medieval dating contradicts the claim of it being from the time of Jesus. Supporters of the shroud's authenticity have challenged these results, arguing that the tested samples might have been from later repairs or that the carbon dating could have been affected by environmental factors. Some researchers have proposed alternative dating methods, but no consensus has been reached. The controversy surrounding the shroud's age continues, with ongoing research and discussions among scientists, historians, and religious scholars. This enduring mystery contributes to the shroud's fascination as an artifact of historical and religious significance. The Shroud of Turin has undergone numerous scientific examinations over the years, each aiming to unravel its mysteries. One of the most significant tests was carbon-14, dating conducted in 1988. Samples from the shroud were analyzed by laboratories in Oxford, Zurich, and Arizona. The results suggested the fabric dated to between 1260 and 1390 Common Era, much later than the time of Jesus. Microscopic analysis has revealed pollen grains on the shroud, with some researchers claiming these indicate a Middle Eastern origin. However, this finding remains controversial. Textile experts have also examined the weave and composition of the fabric, noting its unusual 3-to-1 herringbone twill pattern. Spectroscopic tests have been performed to analyze the nature of the image on the shroud. These studies aimed to determine how the image was formed and whether it could have been painted. Additionally, 3-dimensional image analysis has been used to study the unique properties of the shroud image, which some argue contains depth information not typically found in 2-dimensional representations. More recent studies have employed advanced techniques such as X-ray fluorescence and infrared spectroscopy to examine the chemical composition of the shroud and its image. Despite these extensive scientific investigations, debate continues about the shroud's authenticity and the processes that created its mysterious image. Carbon dating tests on the Shroud of Turin have been a subject of intense scientific scrutiny and debate. In 1988, a team of scientists from 3 laboratories in Oxford, Zurich, and Arizona conducted radiocarbon dating tests on small samples taken from the shroud. Their results, published in the journal Nature, indicated that the linen cloth dated to between 1260 and 1390 AD. This time frame placed the origin of the shroud in the late medieval period, several centuries after the time of Jesus Christ. The findings suggested that the shroud was likely a medieval creation rather than a genuine 1st century artifact. However, these results have not been universally accepted, and controversy continues to surround the dating of the shroud. Critics of the carbon dating results have raised concerns about the sampling process and potential contamination of the tested material. Some researchers argue that the tested samples may not have been representative of the entire shroud, possibly coming from a repaired area or a section with different properties than the main cloth. Additionally, questions have been raised about the effects of a fire in 1532 that damaged the shroud, as well as potential contamination from centuries of handling and exposure. Despite ongoing debates, the 1988 carbon dating remains the most widely recognized scientific assessment of the shroud's age. However, many researchers continue to investigate alternative dating methods and examine other aspects of the shroud to better understand its origins and history. The Shroud of Turin continues to fascinate many people, with some believing it to be the authentic burial cloth of Jesus Christ. Several factors contribute to this belief. Firstly, the image on the shroud appears to be a negative, a concept not understood until the advent of photography in the 19th century. This unexpected characteristic has led some to argue that the image could not have been created by medieval forgers. Additionally, supporters point to the three-dimensional quality of the image when viewed under certain lighting conditions, which they claim would be difficult to replicate with known artistic techniques of the Middle Ages. The presence of what appears to be blood stains containing human hemoglobin has also been cited as evidence of authenticity. Some proponents argue that pollen found on the shroud corresponds to plants native to the Jerusalem area, suggesting a Middle Eastern origin. They also highlight the unusual weave of the fabric, which they claim is consistent with first-century textile practices in the region. However, it is important to note that these claims are hotly debated in scientific circles, and numerous studies have cast doubt on the shroud's authenticity. Carbon dating tests in 1988 suggested the cloth originated in the medieval period, though some dispute the accuracy of these results. The debate over the Shroud of Turin continues, illustrating the complex intersection of faith, history, and scientific inquiry. The Shroud of Turin has been the subject of intense scientific scrutiny and debate for decades. Several arguments challenge its authenticity as the burial cloth of Jesus Christ. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from radiocarbon dating tests conducted in 1988. These tests, performed by 3 independent laboratories, dated the cloth to between 1260 and 1390 AD, suggesting it was created over 1,000 years after the time of Jesus. Critics also point to the lack of historical records mentioning the shroud before the mid-14th century. If it were indeed the burial cloth of Jesus, one would expect references to such an important relic in earlier Christian writings. Additionally, the image on the shroud shows anatomical inconsistencies that some experts argue are more consistent with medieval artistic conventions than with a real human body. The nature of the image itself has raised questions. Some researchers argue that the level of detail and the three-dimensional information contained in the image are too sophisticated for the time of Jesus and suggest a more recent origin. Furthermore, traces of pigments found on the cloth have led some to speculate that the image might be a form of medieval artwork rather than a natural imprint. Skeptics also note that during the medieval period, there was a thriving trade in fake relics, and many churches claimed to possess burial cloths of Jesus. This historical context, combined with the scientific evidence, leads many scholars to conclude that the Shroud of Turin, while a fascinating artifact, is likely a medieval creation rather than the authentic burial cloth of Jesus Christ. Modern technology has revolutionized the study of the Shroud of Turin, allowing researchers to examine this enigmatic artifact in unprecedented detail. Advanced imaging techniques, such as multispectral photography and three-dimensional modeling, have revealed hidden details and patterns not visible to the naked eye. These methods have uncovered faint writing and markings on the cloth, providing new avenues for investigation. Sophisticated chemical analysis has been employed to study the composition of the fibers and stains on the shroud. Researchers have used techniques like mass spectrometry and infrared spectroscopy to identify trace elements and organic compounds present in the fabric. This has helped in understanding the shroud's history and the potential origins of its mysterious image. Radiocarbon dating, a method developed in the 20th century, has been applied to small samples of the shroud to determine its age. While initial results sparked controversy, ongoing refinements in dating techniques continue to contribute to the discussion about the cloth's origins. Additionally, pollen analysis has been used to study microscopic plant particles trapped in the fabric, offering clues about the geographical regions the shroud may have traveled through. Computer simulations and image processing technologies have allowed scientists to explore various theories about how the image on the shroud could have been formed. These digital tools have helped researchers test hypotheses and visualize potential scenarios, contributing to the ongoing debate about the nature and origin of the shroud's enigmatic image. The Shroud of Turin has sparked intense debate and fascination among both religious and scientific communities for centuries. This ancient linen cloth bears the faint image of a man who appears to have suffered injuries consistent with crucifixion, leading many to believe it could be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ. For the religious community, particularly within Christianity, the shroud has been a source of profound spiritual significance. Many view it as tangible evidence of Christ's resurrection, strengthening their faith and providing a direct connection to biblical events. It has become a revered relic, drawing millions of pilgrims to Turin, Italy, where it is housed. The scientific community, however, has approached the shroud with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Researchers from various fields, including physics, chemistry, and forensics, have conducted extensive studies on the cloth. These investigations have yielded conflicting results, with some suggesting the shroud could indeed be from the time of Christ, while others argue it is a medieval forgery. One of the most significant scientific examinations was carbon dating performed in 1988, which dated the shroud to between 1260 and 1390 CE. However, critics argue that these tests may have been compromised by contamination. This ongoing uncertainty has led to continued research and debate, demonstrating how the Shroud of Turin remains a compelling subject at the intersection of faith, history, and science. The Voynich manuscript is one of the most perplexing and enigmatic documents in history. Dating back to the early 15th century, this mysterious book has confounded scholars, cryptographers, and historians for centuries. Named after Wilfrid Voynich, the Polish book dealer who acquired it in 1912, the manuscript consists of about 240 vellum pages filled with strange text and bizarre illustrations. What makes the Voynich manuscript truly remarkable is its indecipherable nature. The text is written in an unknown script that has resisted all attempts at translation. Theories about its origin and purpose range from it being an elaborate hoax to a genuine work of esoteric knowledge. The manuscript's pages are adorned with illustrations of unidentifiable plants, astronomical diagrams, and peculiar human figures, adding to its mystique. Despite numerous attempts by linguists, cryptographers, and even artificial intelligence, the Voynich manuscript's code remains unbroken. Some experts believe it may be written in a constructed language or an extremely obscure natural language, while others suggest it could be an intricate cipher. The content of the manuscript, based on its illustrations, appears to cover topics such as herbology, astronomy, biology, and possibly alchemy. The Voynich manuscript continues to captivate researchers and enthusiasts alike, sparking endless debates and theories. Its persistent resistance to decryption has led some to dub it the world's most mysterious book. Currently housed at Yale University's Benecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, it remains a tantalizing puzzle, challenging our understanding of medieval knowledge and the limits of human ingenuity in creating and concealing information. The Voynich manuscript emerged into public awareness in 1912 when Wilfrid Voynich, an American rare book dealer, purchased it from the Jesuit college at Villa Mondragone near Rome, Italy. This mysterious tome, however, has a history stretching back much further. The exact origins of the manuscript remain shrouded in mystery, but carbon dating has placed its creation in the early 15th century. Some scholars believe it may have been composed in northern Italy during the Renaissance period, though this remains a subject of debate. Before its acquisition by Voynich, the manuscript had changed hands several times. It is believed to have once been in the possession of Emperor Rudolf II of Bohemia in the late 16th century. The manuscript then passed through various owners, including Jacobus Horsicki de Tepenex, an alchemist in Rudolf's court, before eventually finding its way to the Jesuit college. Today, the Voynich manuscript resides in the Benecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library at Yale University, where it continues to baffle researchers and cryptographers with its indecipherable text and enigmatic illustrations. Its discovery and subsequent journey through history have only deepened the intrigue surrounding this perplexing document. The Voynich manuscript stands out as one of the most enigmatic documents in history. This mysterious book, dating back to the early 15th century, has baffled scholars and code breakers for generations with its indecipherable text and peculiar illustrations. One of the manuscript's most striking features is its unknown writing system. The text consists of over 170,000 characters, arranged in what appears to be words and sentences. However, this script has defied all attempts at translation, leading some to speculate that it might be an elaborate hoax or a coded message of extreme complexity. The illustrations in the Voynich manuscript are equally intriguing. They depict a range of subjects, including unidentifiable plants, astronomical diagrams, and what seem to be medicinal herbs. Many of these images do not correspond to any known flora or celestial configurations, adding to the document's mystique. Another unique aspect is the manuscript's construction. It comprises 240 vellum pages, bound in a limp vellum cover. The quality of materials and craftsmanship suggests it was an expensive and important work, yet its purpose and origin remain shrouded in mystery, continuing to captivate researchers and enthusiasts alike. The Voynich manuscript remains one of the most enigmatic documents in history, defying centuries of attempts to decipher its contents. This mysterious book, dating back to the early 15th century, contains approximately 240 pages filled with strange text and peculiar illustrations. The manuscript's content appears to cover a wide range of subjects, primarily focused on botanical, astronomical, and possibly medical topics. Many pages feature drawings of unidentified plants, some of which do not resemble any known species. These botanical illustrations are often accompanied by text that seems to describe their properties or uses. Astronomical diagrams and circular patterns resembling zodiac symbols suggest a connection to celestial observations or astrological practices. Other sections of the manuscript contain illustrations that appear to depict human figures in various poses, often surrounded by intricate patterns or immersed in what look like pools or baths. Despite numerous attempts by cryptographers, linguists, and computer scientists, the text of the Voynich manuscript remains undeciphered. The writing system used is unlike any known language, featuring a unique set of symbols that follow consistent patterns, suggesting it may be an elaborate code or an unknown writing system. This persistent mystery continues to fuel speculation and research into the true nature and purpose of this captivating document. The Voynich manuscript has baffled scholars and code breakers for centuries due to its unique and perplexing nature. This mysterious book, dating back to the early 15th century, contains text written in an unknown script, accompanied by bizarre illustrations of plants, astronomical diagrams, and human figures. One of the main reasons for its resistance to decipherment is the absence of any known writing system that matches its characters. The manuscript uses a set of symbols that do not correspond to any known alphabet or code, making it impossible to apply traditional cryptographic techniques. Furthermore, the text exhibits statistical properties similar to natural languages, suggesting it might not be a simple substitution cipher. Another challenge lies in the manuscript's illustrations, which depict plants and celestial bodies that do not clearly correspond to known species or constellations. This lack of recognizable reference points makes it difficult to establish a context for the text or to use the images as a key for decoding. The age and uniqueness of the Voynich manuscript also contribute to its enigmatic nature. With no other documents from the same period sharing its characteristics, researchers lack comparative materials that could provide clues to its origin or purpose. This combination of an unknown script, puzzling illustrations, and historical isolation has turned the Voynich manuscript into one of the most enduring mysteries in the fields of linguistics and cryptography. The Voynich manuscript remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in the world of historical documents. This enigmatic book, filled with strange illustrations and an indecipherable script, has baffled scholars for centuries. Several theories attempt to explain its origins and purpose. One prominent theory suggests that the manuscript is an elaborate hoax, possibly created in the early 20th century by Wilfrid Voynich himself, the antiquarian who brought the document to public attention. Proponents of this idea argue that the complexity of the text and illustrations could be a clever fabrication designed to mislead and intrigue. Another theory proposes that the Voynich manuscript is a genuine medieval document, possibly created as a medical or alchemical text. Supporters of this view point to the botanical illustrations and astrological diagrams as evidence of its scientific nature. Some researchers believe it might be written in a previously unknown language or an extremely complex cipher. A more recent hypothesis suggests that the manuscript could be a form of glossolalia, or speaking in tongues, transcribed by a religious group. This theory attempts to explain the repetitive nature of the text and its resistance to traditional decryption methods. Regardless of its true origins, the Voynich manuscript continues to captivate researchers and enthusiasts, sparking endless debate and speculation about its secrets. The Voynich manuscript, a mysterious and enigmatic text that has puzzled scholars for centuries, is believed to date back to the early 15th century. Carbon dating of the vellum pages has placed their origin between 1400 and 1420. This time frame situates the manuscript firmly in the late medieval period, a time of great intellectual and cultural change in Europe. The exact age of the manuscript's content, however, remains a subject of debate. While the physical document dates to the 15th century, some researchers speculate that the information contained within might be a copy of an even older text. This theory is based on the manuscript's complex illustrations and unknown script, which seem to draw from various cultural and scientific traditions. Despite its age, the Voynich manuscript continues to captivate modern audiences with its indecipherable text and bizarre illustrations. Its resilience through the centuries, surviving wars, relocations, and the scrutiny of countless researchers adds to its mystique. The manuscript's age, combined with its unbroken code, makes it one of the most enduring mysteries in the fields of linguistics, cryptography, and medieval studies. The Voynich manuscript has intrigued scholars and scientists for centuries, prompting the use of various scientific methods to unravel its mysteries. One key approach has been carbon dating, which revealed that the parchment dates back to the early 15th century. This technique provided crucial information about the manuscript's age, narrowing down the historical context in which it was created. Multispectral imaging has also been employed to examine the Voynich manuscript. This method uses different wavelengths of light to reveal hidden details and faded text that are not visible to the naked eye. By analyzing these images, researchers have gained insights into the writing process and the composition of the inks used. Statistical analysis of the manuscript's text has been another important tool. Researchers have used computer algorithms to study the frequency and patterns of symbols, comparing them to known languages and codes. This approach has helped identify structural similarities to natural languages, though the meaning of the text remains elusive. Additionally, botanical and pharmaceutical experts have scrutinized the manuscript's illustrations. They have attempted to match the depicted plants and astronomical diagrams with known species and celestial patterns, providing clues about the document's possible origins and purpose. While these scientific methods have yielded valuable information, the Voynich manuscript continues to guard many of its secrets, fueling ongoing research and speculation. The Voynich manuscript stands out as a unique enigma in the world of historical documents. But there are other texts that share some of its mysterious qualities. One such example is the Codex Serafinianus, created in the 20th century by Italian artist Luigi Serafini. This illustrated encyclopedia of an imaginary world features an indecipherable writing system, much like the Voynich manuscript. Another intriguing case is the Rohonk Codex, discovered in Hungary in the 19th century. This book contains symbols and illustrations that have baffled researchers for years, drawing comparisons to the Voynich manuscript due to its undeciphered text and enigmatic nature. The Ripley Scrolls, a collection of alchemical manuscripts from the 15th century, also bear some resemblance to the Voynich manuscript. These scrolls contain cryptic imagery and text related to the Philosopher's Stone, creating a sense of mystery akin to the Voynich manuscript's botanical and astronomical illustrations. While these documents share some similarities with the Voynich manuscript, none match its combination of age, complexity, and enduring mystery. The Voynich manuscript continues to stand alone as one of the most perplexing documents in history, captivating researchers and enthusiasts with its unbroken code and enigmatic contents. The Voynich manuscript has long captivated cryptographers and historians alike, serving as a tantalizing enigma that has eluded decryption for centuries. This mysterious tome, dating back to the 15th century, has spurred countless attempts at decoding its unknown script and bizarre illustrations. The manuscript's resistance to traditional cryptanalysis methods has forced experts to develop new approaches and technologies for decryption. This has led to advancements in statistical analysis techniques and the application of artificial intelligence in code-breaking efforts. The challenge posed by the Voynich manuscript has pushed the boundaries of what is possible in the field of cryptography. Moreover, the manuscript has become a benchmark for testing new decryption algorithms and methodologies. Cryptographers often use it as a proving ground for their theories and tools, knowing that if they can crack this centuries-old puzzle, their techniques could have significant implications for modern cryptography and cybersecurity. The ongoing mystery surrounding the Voynich manuscript has also sparked interdisciplinary collaboration between linguists, historians, botanists, and computer scientists. This cross-pollination of ideas and expertise has not only enriched the field of cryptography, but has also fostered innovative approaches to decoding other historical ciphers and texts. The Yonaguni underwater ruins are located off the coast of Yonaguni Island, the westernmost of the Yaeyama Islands in Japan. Situated in the East China Sea, these enigmatic structures lie in shallow waters, approximately 100 meters from the southern coast of the island. The site is about 25 meters below the surface at its deepest point, with some features of the formation visible just a few meters beneath the waves. Discovered in 1985 by a local diver, the Yonaguni underwater ruins have since become a subject of intense debate and speculation among archaeologists, geologists, and ancient history enthusiasts. The location of these formations is particularly intriguing, as Yonaguni Island sits at the edge of the Asian continental shelf, an area that would have been above sea level during the last ice age. The proximity of the ruins to the island has made them a popular destination for scuba divers and researchers alike. However, the strong currents and occasional typhoons in the area can make exploration challenging. The unique position of the Yonaguni underwater ruins, straddling the boundary between land and sea, has contributed to the ongoing mystery surrounding their origin and purpose. The enigmatic Yonaguni structures were first discovered in 1986 by Kihachiro Aratake, a local diver from Yonaguni Island, Japan. Aratake stumbled upon these underwater formations while searching for new dive spots to observe hammerhead sharks, which congregate in the area during winter months. These submerged stone structures, located off the coast of Yonaguni Island in the East China Sea, quickly captured the imagination of researchers and the public alike. The main feature, often called the Yonaguni Monument, is a massive underwater formation that appears to have stepped terraces, ramps, and right-angled edges. Since their discovery, The Yonaguni structures have been the subject of intense debate among scientists, archaeologists, and geologists. Some researchers argue that these formations are the remnants of an ancient civilization, possibly dating back to the last ice age when sea levels were much lower. Others contend that they are natural geological formations shaped by erosion and tectonic activity. The discovery of the Yonaguni structures has sparked numerous expeditions and studies over the past few decades. Researchers continue to investigate these mysterious underwater formations, seeking to unravel their origins and significance in our understanding of ancient history and geological processes. The Yonaguni underwater structures, located off the coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island, have intrigued scientists and explorers for decades. These massive stone formations lie at depths ranging from 5 to 40 meters beneath the ocean surface. The most prominent feature is a large, stepped, pyramid-like structure measuring about 100 meters long and 20 meters high. This formation includes flat terraces, straight walls, and sharp edges that some argue are too precise to be naturally formed. Other notable elements include a stage-like rectangular platform, parallel megaliths that appear to form a wall, and a stone column. Some researchers have identified what they believe to be carved channels and drainage systems within the structures. They also point to features that resemble stairways, roads, and even a sacred ceremonial site with a carved relief of a human-like face. Despite these intriguing characteristics, the origin of the Yonaguni structures remains a subject of debate. While some argue they are remnants of an ancient civilization, others contend they are entirely natural formations shaped by geological processes over thousands of years. The abundant marine life that now inhabits these structures adds to their mystery and allure, making them a popular destination for divers and underwater explorers. The Yonaguni ruins, located off the coast of Japan, have sparked intense debate among archaeologists and marine geologists. These underwater structures, discovered in the 1980s, feature stepped formations, terraces, and what appear to be carved faces and animals. Some researchers argue that these ruins are the remnants of an ancient civilization, potentially dating back thousands of years. They point to the apparent right angles, straight edges, and seemingly intentional design as evidence of human construction. However, many scientists remain skeptical about the artificial nature of the Yonaguni structures. They contend that natural geological processes could have formed these features over millions of years. The area is known for its strong currents and seismic activity, which could have shaped the rock formations through erosion and tectonic movements. These experts argue that the human-like qualities observed in the structures are the result of pareidolia, the tendency to see familiar patterns where none exist. Adding to the controversy is the lack of definitive archaeological evidence at the site. No artifacts, tools, or other signs of human habitation have been found in the vicinity of the ruins. This absence of corroborating evidence makes it challenging for proponents of the artificial origin theory to substantiate their claims. The debate surrounding the Yonaguni ruins highlights the difficulties in interpreting underwater archaeological sites and the importance of rigorous scientific investigation. As technology advances and more research is conducted, archaeologists hope to uncover more conclusive evidence about the true nature and origin of these enigmatic structures beneath the waves. The Yonaguni structures, located off the coast of Japan, have sparked debate among researchers regarding their origin. Some evidence suggests these underwater formations might be artificial constructions rather than natural geological features. The presence of what appear to be straight edges, right angles, and flat surfaces in parts of the structures has led some experts to argue for human involvement. These geometric shapes are not typically found in natural rock formations and could indicate deliberate shaping by ancient builders. Additionally, some researchers point to features that resemble stairs, terraces, and platforms as potential evidence of human design. These elements seem too regular and purposeful to have occurred through natural erosion processes alone. The discovery of what some interpret as drainage channels and roads further supports the argument for artificial construction. However, it is important to note that the origin of the Yonaguni structures remains a subject of ongoing scientific debate. Many geologists argue that the formations could be the result of natural processes, such as tectonic activity and erosion patterns specific to the local sandstone. The lack of definitive artifacts or tools associated with the site also complicates efforts to conclusively prove human involvement. The submerged nature of the structures, now about 25 meters underwater, adds another layer of intrigue. If they are indeed artificial, their current depth suggests they were created during a time when sea levels were much lower, potentially dating back to the last ice age. This timeline would place their construction well before other known ancient megalithic sites, challenging our understanding of early human capabilities. The Yonaguni structures, located off the coast of Japan, have sparked debate among scientists and enthusiasts alike. Several compelling arguments support the notion that these underwater formations are the result of natural geological processes rather than ancient human construction. Geologists point to the presence of numerous similar formations in the surrounding area, all exhibiting comparable characteristics. These structures display patterns consistent with natural erosion and the fracturing of sandstone layers. The regular, step-like features observed in the Yonaguni formations are typical of sedimentary rock that has been subject to long-term weathering and tectonic activity. Furthermore, the absence of any definitive evidence of human tool marks or artificial modifications strengthens the case for a natural origin. Experts argue that if these structures were indeed man-made, there would likely be clear signs of cutting, shaping, or other human intervention. The lack of such evidence suggests that the formations were shaped by natural forces over millions of years. The geological composition of the area also supports the natural formation theory. The Yonaguni structures consist of sandstone and mudstone, materials that are prone to fracturing along planes of weakness. This tendency can result in the creation of geometric shapes and flat surfaces that may appear artificial at first glance, but are entirely consistent with natural geological processes. The Yonaguni structures, located off the coast of Japan, have been a subject of debate among scientists and archaeologists for decades. These underwater formations, discovered in 1987 by dive tour operator Kihachiro Aratake, are estimated to be between 5,000 and 10,000 years old. However, it is important to note that this age range is not universally accepted, and there is ongoing discussion about whether these structures are natural formations or human-made artifacts. Some researchers argue that the structures could be much older, possibly dating back to the last ice age, which ended approximately 12,000 years ago. During this period, sea levels were lower, and the area where the structures are found would have been above water. This theory suggests that if the structures were indeed created by humans, they could have been built on dry land before being submerged by rising sea levels. The age estimation of the Yonaguni structures is complicated by the lack of definitive evidence of human intervention. While some experts see signs of tool marks and deliberate shaping in the rock formations, others argue that natural processes, such as erosion and tectonic activity, could have created these features over time. The absence of artifacts or other clear signs of human habitation in the immediate vicinity also makes it challenging to establish a precise age for these enigmatic underwater formations. Ultimately, the true age of the Yonaguni structures remains a mystery, with estimates ranging from a few thousand to potentially over 10,000 years old. Further research and advanced dating techniques may provide more accurate information in the future, shedding light on this intriguing underwater site and its place in human history. Scientists have employed a variety of methods to investigate the enigmatic Yonaguni ruins off the coast of Japan. Underwater archaeology has been a primary approach, with divers carefully examining and documenting the structures through detailed photography and videography. These visual records have allowed researchers to analyze the site's features without the time constraints imposed by diving limitations. Sonar mapping has provided valuable data about the overall layout and topography of the underwater formations. This technique has helped create three-dimensional models of the site, revealing intricate details that might be missed during direct observations. Geologists have also conducted extensive studies of the rock formations, analyzing their composition and comparing them to nearby natural structures to determine if they are human-made or naturally occurring. Marine biologists have contributed to the research by studying the flora and fauna inhabiting the ruins. The types of organisms present and their growth patterns can offer clues about the age of the structures and any changes they have undergone over time. Additionally, core sampling of the seabed around the ruins has been used to study sediment layers, potentially providing information about the site's history and the surrounding environment. Researchers have also turned to historical and cultural studies, examining ancient Japanese texts and folklore for any mentions of structures or settlements that could correspond to the Yonaguni site. This interdisciplinary approach combines scientific analysis with cultural context, aiming to piece together the true nature and origin of these intriguing underwater formations. The Yonaguni structures, located off the coast of Japan, have sparked considerable debate in the archaeological community. These underwater formations consist of stepped terraces, ramps, and large flat platforms carved into the bedrock. While some researchers argue they are the remains of an ancient human-made complex, others contend they are natural geological formations. Compared to other known underwater ruins, the Yonaguni structures present unique challenges in interpretation. Unlike the submerged cities of Alexandria in Egypt or Pavlopetri in Greece, which clearly show evidence of human construction, the origins of Yonaguni remain contentious. The lack of artifacts or inscriptions at the site further complicates efforts to definitively classify it as a human-made ruin. One key difference between Yonaguni and confirmed underwater archaeological sites is the absence of distinct architectural elements. While places like the submerged portions of Port Royal in Jamaica or Cleopatra's Palace in Alexandria feature recognizable buildings, walls, and streets, Yonaguni's features are more ambiguous. This ambiguity has led to diverse interpretations, ranging from a natural geological formation to a human-modified natural structure. The debate surrounding Yonaguni highlights the complexities of underwater archaeology and the challenges of distinguishing between natural and artificial structures in submerged environments. As technology advances and our understanding of ancient civilizations grows, sites like Yonaguni continue to push the boundaries of archaeological investigation and interpretation. The confirmation of Yonaguni as an ancient site would significantly reshape our understanding of prehistoric civilizations. Located off the coast of Japan, the underwater structures at Yonaguni have long been a subject of debate among archaeologists and historians. If definitively proven to be man-made, these structures would push back the timeline of advanced human settlements in the region by thousands of years. Such a discovery would challenge current theories about the development of complex societies in East Asia. It would suggest that prehistoric people in the area had the capability to create large-scale architectural projects much earlier than previously thought. This would imply a level of social organization, technological skill, and resource management that we currently do not associate with that time period in this part of the world. Furthermore, the submerged nature of the site would provide valuable insights into ancient sea levels and climate change. It could offer clues about how prehistoric people adapted to rising seas and changing environments, potentially informing our approaches to similar challenges today. The confirmation of Yonaguni as an ancient site would also spark a re-evaluation of other underwater formations around the world. It might encourage more extensive exploration of submerged landscapes, potentially leading to the discovery of other lost prehistoric settlements. This could open up entirely new avenues of research in archaeology, marine geology, and paleoclimatology, fundamentally altering our view of human prehistory and our species' relationship with the oceans. The Baghdad Battery is an intriguing archaeological artifact that has sparked debate and fascination among historians and scientists. Discovered in 1938 near Baghdad, Iraq, this curious object consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. The jar, about 5 inches tall, dates back to the Parthian period, around 2,000 years ago. What makes the Baghdad battery so captivating is its potential function. Some researchers suggest it might have been an ancient electrical device capable of producing a small electric current when filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar or wine. This hypothesis has led to speculation about the level of scientific knowledge possessed by ancient civilizations. However, the true purpose of the Baghdad battery remains a subject of controversy. While some enthusiasts believe it could have been used for electroplating or even as a primitive form of pain relief, many archaeologists and historians are skeptical of these claims. Alternative theories propose that the object might have been a simple storage vessel or a container for sacred scrolls. The Baghdad battery continues to intrigue scientists and history buffs alike, serving as a reminder of the ingenuity of ancient peoples and the mysteries that still surround their technological capabilities. Its existence challenges our assumptions about the development of scientific knowledge and invites us to reconsider what might have been possible in the distant past. The Baghdad battery was unearthed in 1938 during excavations near the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. Archaeologists found this intriguing artifact in the village of Kujut Rabu, located just outside the city. The discovery was made as part of broader excavations in the region, which aimed to uncover artifacts from ancient Mesopotamian civilizations. This curious object, consisting of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, immediately sparked interest among researchers. Its unusual construction led to speculation about its purpose and potential capabilities. The term Baghdad battery was coined later, reflecting the hypothesis that the device might have been used to generate an electric current. The exact age of the Baghdad battery remains a subject of debate among experts. While some believe it dates back to the Parthian period, around 250 BCE to 224 CE, others suggest it might be from the Sassanid period, which lasted from 224 CE to 650 CE. This uncertainty adds to the mystery surrounding this fascinating artifact. The discovery of the Baghdad battery in Iraq is particularly significant, given the region's rich history as part of ancient Mesopotamia, often referred to as the cradle of civilization. Its presence raises intriguing questions about the level of scientific knowledge possessed by ancient cultures in this area. The Baghdad battery, also known as the Parthian battery, is an intriguing archaeological artifact that continues to puzzle scientists and historians. This ancient device is believed to date back to the Parthian period, which lasted from approximately 250 years before the Common Era to 224 years into the Common Era. Most experts estimate that the Baghdad battery was created sometime between 150 years before the Common Era and 224 years into the Common Era. This remarkable object was discovered in 1938 during excavations near Baghdad, Iraq. It consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, leading some researchers to speculate that it might have been used as a primitive galvanic cell or battery. However, the exact purpose and function of this device remain subjects of debate among scholars. The age of the Baghdad battery places it in a fascinating period of ancient history when the Parthian Empire controlled vast territories in the Middle East. This era saw significant advancements in various fields, including architecture, art, and possibly even early experiments with electricity. The existence of such a device during this time challenges our understanding of ancient technological capabilities and raises questions about the extent of scientific knowledge in the ancient world. While the true age and purpose of the Baghdad battery continue to be topics of research and speculation, its discovery has undoubtedly sparked curiosity about the ingenuity of our ancestors and the potential for groundbreaking inventions in unexpected places throughout history. The Baghdad battery, also known as the Parthian battery, is an intriguing archaeological artifact that has sparked much debate among scientists and historians. This ancient device consists of three main components, each playing a crucial role in its potential function as an early form of electrical cell. The first component is a clay jar or vase, typically measuring about 5 inches in height. This outer container forms the main body of the battery and holds the other elements. Inside this clay vessel, we find the second key component, a copper cylinder. This cylinder is carefully crafted to fit snugly within the clay jar, leaving space at the top. The third and final component is an iron rod, which is suspended in the center of the copper cylinder. To prevent direct contact between the iron and copper, the rod is usually isolated by an asphalt plug or stopper at the top of the jar. Some versions of the battery also include evidence of an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or wine, which might have filled the space between the copper cylinder and the iron rod. These components, when assembled, bear a striking resemblance to modern galvanic cells, leading some researchers to suggest that the Baghdad battery might have been capable of producing a small electrical charge. However, the true purpose and functionality of this ancient device remain subjects of ongoing scientific inquiry and historical debate. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq in 1938, has intrigued researchers for decades. This ancient artifact, dating back to the Parthian period between 250 BC and 224 AD, consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. Some scientists propose that these components could have functioned as a primitive galvanic cell, capable of producing a small electrical charge. The theory suggests that, when filled with an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or wine, the Baghdad battery could have generated a weak electric current through the interaction between the copper and iron electrodes. This process, known as electrochemical reaction, is similar to how modern batteries work. Experiments using replicas of the Baghdad battery have demonstrated that it can indeed produce a small voltage, typically around 0.5 volt to 2 volts. However, the purpose of this potential electrical device remains a subject of debate. Some researchers speculate it might have been used for electroplating, a technique to coat objects with a thin layer of metal. Others suggest it could have served religious or medicinal purposes, perhaps to administer mild electric shocks as a form of pain relief or in rituals. Despite these intriguing possibilities, many archaeologists and historians remain skeptical about the Baghdad battery's ability to generate electricity intentionally. They argue that the artifact might have served a more mundane purpose, such as storing sacred scrolls or simply as a container for liquids. The ongoing discussion surrounding the Baghdad battery highlights the challenges in interpreting ancient artifacts and the excitement of unraveling mysteries from our distant past. Scientists and historians have conducted several experiments to investigate the potential capabilities of the Baghdad battery, an ancient artifact discovered in Iraq. These tests aimed to determine whether the device could indeed generate electricity, as some researchers have proposed. One notable experiment was carried out by Dr. Arne Egebrecht, who created a replica of the Baghdad battery using materials available in ancient Mesopotamia. He filled the ceramic jar with grape juice or vinegar as an electrolyte and used iron and copper rods as electrodes. Egebrecht reported that his replica produced a small electrical current of about 0.5 volt. Other researchers have replicated these experiments with varying results. Some have managed to generate enough electricity to power small LED lights or electroplate small objects. However, it is important to note that these modern experiments do not definitively prove the original purpose of the Baghdad battery. Critics argue that the voltage produced by these replicas is too low for practical applications in ancient times. They suggest that the artifact may have had other uses, such as storing sacred scrolls or simply as a container for liquids. The debate surrounding the true purpose and capabilities of the Baghdad battery continues among archaeologists and historians. The Baghdad battery, an ancient artifact discovered in Iraq, has sparked numerous theories about its purpose and function. While some researchers suggest it might have been an early form of electrical device, others propose more conventional uses. One alternative theory posits that the object was simply a storage vessel for sacred scrolls or valuable documents. The cylindrical shape and sealed design would have protected contents from moisture and damage. Another interpretation suggests the artifact served as a type of galvanic cell for electroplating jewelry or other metallic objects. This theory aligns with the known metallurgical skills of ancient civilizations in the region. However, skeptics argue that the evidence for such advanced electrical knowledge during that time period is limited. Some scholars propose that the Baghdad battery was actually a religious or magical item. They speculate it might have been used in rituals or as a talisman, with its unusual construction imbuing it with special powers in the eyes of ancient peoples. This theory draws on the cultural and spiritual practices of Mesopotamian civilizations. Lastly, a more mundane explanation suggests the object was simply a specialized container for storing and transporting acidic substances like vinegar or wine. The unique design could have prevented leakage and preserved the contents during long journeys. While less exciting than the electrical theories, this practical interpretation aligns with the known trade practices and storage needs of the time. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq and believed to date back to the Parthian period around 2,000 years ago, stands out as a fascinating and controversial artifact in the realm of ancient technology. This device, consisting of a clay jar containing an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder, has sparked debate among historians and scientists about its true purpose and capabilities. Compared to other ancient technologies, the Baghdad battery is unique in its potential as an early form of electrical device. While ancient civilizations were known for their impressive engineering feats, such as the Egyptian pyramids or Roman aqueducts, most ancient technologies relied on mechanical principles rather than electrical ones. The possibility that the Baghdad battery could generate a small electric current sets it apart from its contemporaries. However, it is important to note that the function of the Baghdad battery remains disputed. Some researchers suggest it could have been used for electroplating or as a primitive galvanic cell, while others propose more mundane uses such as storage for sacred scrolls. This uncertainty makes it challenging to definitively compare its sophistication to other ancient technologies. When placed alongside other remarkable ancient inventions like the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer used for astronomical calculations, or the complex water management systems of the Indus Valley civilization, the Baghdad battery represents a different type of technological innovation. While these other technologies demonstrate advanced mechanical and mathematical knowledge, the Baghdad battery hints at a possible early understanding of electrical principles, if indeed it was used as an electrical device. The Baghdad battery, if conclusively proven to be an electrical device, would significantly reshape our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. This artifact, discovered in Iraq and dating back to the Parthian period around 2,000 years ago, consists of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. Its potential as an ancient battery has intrigued researchers for decades. If verified as a functional electrical device, the Baghdad battery would indicate that ancient civilizations had a grasp of electrochemical principles far earlier than previously thought. This would challenge our current timeline of scientific discoveries, suggesting that knowledge of electricity predated the commonly accepted 18th century breakthroughs by nearly 2 millennia. Such a revelation would prompt a re-evaluation of ancient technological achievements across various cultures. It might indicate that other advanced technologies existed in antiquity, but have been lost to time or misunderstood by modern scholars. The implications could extend to reinterpreting ancient texts and artifacts, potentially uncovering hidden references to electrical phenomena or devices. Moreover, confirming the Baghdad battery as an electrical device would raise questions about the purposes for which ancient peoples might have used electricity. It could lead to new theories about ancient medical practices, metallurgy, or even religious ceremonies, expanding our view of daily life in ancient Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in Iraq in 1938, has sparked intense debate among archaeologists and historians. This artifact, consisting of a clay jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, dates back to the Parthian period, around 2,000 years ago. Its unusual construction has led some researchers to suggest it might have been an ancient electric battery, capable of producing a small electrical charge when filled with an acidic liquid. However, this interpretation is highly contentious. Many experts argue that there is no concrete evidence to support the claim that the device was used as a battery. They point out that no wires or electrical components have been found in association with these artifacts, and there are no contemporary written records describing their use for electrical purposes. Alternative theories propose more mundane uses for the Baghdad Battery. Some suggest it might have been a container for storing sacred scrolls, while others speculate it could have been used for electroplating or for medicinal purposes, such as pain relief. These explanations align more closely with known practices and technologies of the time. The controversy surrounding the Baghdad Battery highlights the challenges of interpreting ancient artifacts without clear contextual evidence. It also underscores the importance of avoiding anachronistic interpretations and the need for caution when attributing modern technological understanding to ancient civilizations. The debate continues to fuel discussions about the potential sophistication of ancient technologies and the limits of our knowledge about past societies. Lascaux Cave is situated in southwestern France, specifically in the Vézère Valley of the Dordogne department. This region is renowned for its rich prehistoric heritage and is often referred to as the cradle of European art. The cave itself lies near the village of Montignac, nestled in the picturesque countryside of the Nouvelle Aquitaine region. Discovered in 1940, Lascaux Cave quickly became famous for its extraordinary Paleolithic art. The walls of this underground complex are adorned with hundreds of vivid paintings and engravings created by our ancestors approximately 17,000 years ago. These ancient artworks primarily depict animals, including horses, deer, aurochs, and even a few rare human figures. The cave's location in the limestone-rich Vézère Valley contributed to the exceptional preservation of its artwork. The stable environment within the cave protected these prehistoric masterpieces from the elements for millennia, allowing them to retain their vibrant colors and intricate details until their discovery in the 20th century. Today, while the original Lascaux Cave is closed to the public to protect its fragile ecosystem and artwork, visitors can experience a meticulously crafted replica called Lascaux 4. This state-of-the-art recreation, located near the original site, allows people from around the world to marvel at the artistic achievements of our ancient ancestors in the very landscape where they once lived and created. The Lascaux Cave paintings were discovered on September 12, 1940. 4 teenage boys stumbled upon the entrance to the cave while exploring the countryside near the village of Montignac in southwestern France. Marcel Ravida, Jacques Marsal, Georges Agnel, and Simon Coencas were following their dog, Robot, who had fallen into a hole. When they widened the entrance and ventured inside, they were amazed to find a vast underground cavern adorned with intricate prehistoric artwork. The walls of the Lascaux Cave were covered with hundreds of images, primarily depicting large animals that were native to the area during the Upper Paleolithic period. These included aurochs, horses, deer, and even a few rare depictions of human figures. The paintings are estimated to be around 17,000 years old, created by our Cro-Magnon ancestors during a time when mammoths and saber-toothed cats still roamed the earth. News of the discovery spread quickly, and the cave was opened to the public in 1948. However, the influx of visitors began to damage the delicate paintings, leading to the cave's closure in 1963. Today, visitors can explore an exact replica of the cave, known as Lascaux II, which was created to preserve the original site while still allowing people to experience the wonder of this ancient art. The Lascaux cave paintings remain one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, providing invaluable insights into the lives, beliefs, and artistic capabilities of our prehistoric ancestors. They serve as a testament to the enduring human desire to create and communicate through art, spanning millennia of human history. The Lascaux cave paintings are a remarkable testament to early human artistry and creativity. These ancient works of art are estimated to be around 17,000 years old, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period. This places their creation during the last ice age, when our ancestors were still living as hunter-gatherers. Discovered in 1940 in southwestern France, the Lascaux cave complex contains nearly 600 paintings and over 1,000 engravings. The images primarily depict large animals that were native to the area at the time, including aurochs, horses, deer, and even a few representations of humans. The level of detail and sophistication in these paintings is truly astonishing, considering their age. The age of the Lascaux paintings was determined through various scientific methods, including radiocarbon dating of charcoal pigments and artifacts found within the cave. This dating places the artwork firmly within the Magdalenian culture, a period known for its advanced stone tools and intricate bone carvings. These ancient paintings provide invaluable insights into the lives, beliefs, and artistic capabilities of our prehistoric ancestors. They serve as a direct link to a time long past, allowing us to glimpse the world as it was seen through the eyes of early humans nearly 20 millennia ago. The Lascaux cave paintings, discovered in southwestern France, offer a remarkable glimpse into prehistoric art from the Upper Paleolithic period. These ancient artworks, created approximately 17,000 years ago, primarily feature a diverse array of large animals that roamed the region during that time. The most prominent animals depicted in the Lascaux cave paintings are horses, which dominate the scenes with their graceful forms and dynamic poses. Alongside the horses, viewers can observe numerous representations of aurochs, the wild ancestors of modern cattle, characterized by their imposing horns and muscular bodies. Deer also feature prominently in the cave art, including red deer and megaloxeros, an extinct species of giant deer. Other animals portrayed include bison, ibex, and even a few felines, possibly depicting cave lions. Interestingly, there is also a single image of a bear and a rare depiction of a rhinoceros, providing insight into the diverse fauna of the Paleolithic era. The Lascaux paintings also include some more unusual animal representations, such as a creature with a horse-like body and a deer's antlers, which some researchers interpret as a mythical or composite being. This rich bestiary not only showcases the artistic skills of our ancestors, but also provides valuable information about the wildlife that surrounded them and held significance in their lives. The Lascaux cave paintings, created approximately 17,000 years ago, showcase the remarkable artistic skills of our prehistoric ancestors. These ancient artists employed several innovative techniques and carefully selected materials to produce their enduring masterpieces. The painters of Lascaux primarily used natural pigments found in their environment. They ground minerals such as iron oxide and manganese dioxide to create a palette of earthy colors, including various shades of red, yellow, brown, and black. These pigments were then mixed with animal fat or water to form a paste that could be easily applied to the cave walls. To apply their paints, these Stone Age artists used a variety of tools and methods. They created brushes from animal hair and plant fibers, and fashioned rudimentary spray pipes from hollow bones to blow pigment onto the walls. In some cases, they even used their own hands to apply paint directly or to create handprints as part of their compositions. The artists of Lascaux also demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of their canvas. They skillfully incorporated the natural contours and textures of the cave walls into their paintings, using bumps and crevices to add depth and dimension to their animal figures. This technique, combined with their use of shading and perspective, brought a remarkable sense of life and movement to their art, creating images that continue to captivate viewers thousands of years later. The Lascaux cave paintings, discovered in southwestern France, are a remarkable window into the artistic capabilities of our ancient ancestors. These intricate artworks, created approximately 17,000 years ago, showcase the sophisticated skills and cultural complexity of early humans during the Upper Paleolithic period. What makes the Lascaux paintings truly exceptional is their scale, variety, and state of preservation. The cave walls are adorned with over 2,000 figures, including animals, human forms, and abstract symbols. The sheer number and diversity of these images provide researchers with a wealth of information about the flora, fauna, and possibly the beliefs of prehistoric societies. The technical proficiency displayed in these paintings is astounding. The artists used natural pigments to create a rich palette of colors and employed advanced techniques such as perspective and shading to bring their subjects to life. This level of artistic skill challenges previous notions about the capabilities of our early ancestors and suggests a more complex understanding of visual representation than previously thought. Furthermore, the Lascaux cave paintings offer insights into the spiritual and social lives of prehistoric people. The recurring themes and symbols found throughout the cave hint at shared cultural practices and beliefs, potentially shedding light on early forms of communication and storytelling. These paintings serve as a tangible link to our distant past, allowing us to connect with the creativity and humanity of those who came before us. The Lascaux cave paintings, discovered in 1940 in southwestern France, have fascinated researchers and art enthusiasts for decades. These prehistoric masterpieces, created approximately 17,000 years ago, have sparked numerous theories about their purpose and meaning. One prominent theory suggests that the paintings served a spiritual or ritualistic function. Some researchers believe that the cave may have been a sacred space where shamans or spiritual leaders conducted ceremonies. The animals depicted, such as horses, deer, and bulls, might have represented spirit guides or totems important to the prehistoric community. Another hypothesis proposes that the paintings were created as a form of hunting magic. According to this theory, early humans believed that by painting animals on the cave walls, they could ensure successful hunts and abundant prey. This idea is supported by the presence of what appear to be spear marks on some of the painted animals. Some scholars argue that the Lascaux paintings might have been an early form of storytelling or record-keeping. The complex scenes and arrangements of animals could represent myths, historical events, or even star constellations, serving as a way to pass down knowledge and cultural information to future generations. While the true purpose of these ancient artworks remains a mystery, their beauty and complexity continue to inspire awe and curiosity about our prehistoric ancestors. The Lascaux cave paintings, ancient masterpieces dating back approximately 17,000 years, have faced significant challenges due to modern human presence. When the caves were first opened to the public in 1948, the influx of visitors brought unintended consequences. The breath, body heat, and artificial lighting from thousands of daily visitors created a perfect environment for harmful microorganisms to thrive. This human-induced change in the cave's delicate ecosystem led to the rapid growth of algae, fungi, and bacteria on the cave walls. These microorganisms began to damage the ancient artwork, causing discoloration and deterioration of the pigments. The problem became so severe that French authorities closed the cave to the public in 1963 to prevent further damage. Despite efforts to control the microbial growth, including the installation of air conditioning systems and the use of biocides, the paintings continued to suffer. A new threat emerged in the early 2000s when a white fungus, later identified as Fusarium solani, began spreading across the cave walls and ceiling. This aggressive colonization further jeopardized the preservation of these irreplaceable artworks. Today, access to the original Lascaux cave remains strictly limited to a handful of conservators and scientists who monitor the site. To satisfy public interest without endangering the original paintings, French authorities created Lascaux II, a meticulously crafted replica of the main chambers, and later Lascaux IV, an even more comprehensive recreation. These replicas allow visitors to experience the wonder of the Paleolithic art without risking further damage to the fragile originals, serving as a stark reminder of the unintended consequences of human curiosity and the importance of preserving our shared cultural heritage. The Lascaux cave paintings, discovered in 1940 in southwestern France, are among the most remarkable examples of Paleolithic art. These ancient masterpieces, created around 17,000 years ago, have faced significant conservation challenges since their discovery. One of the primary conservation efforts implemented was the complete closure of the original cave to the public in 1963. This drastic measure was taken after it became apparent that the influx of visitors was causing severe damage to the delicate paintings. The carbon dioxide exhaled by tourists, along with the introduction of artificial lighting and changes in the cave's microclimate, led to the growth of algae and calcite crystals on the cave walls, threatening the artwork. To address this issue while still allowing public access to these prehistoric wonders, French authorities created Lascaux II, an exact replica of the original cave, which opened to visitors in 1983. This replica, located just a short distance from the original site, allows tourists to experience the magnificence of the paintings without endangering the originals. More recently, advanced technologies have been employed to monitor and preserve the original paintings. Climate control systems regulate temperature and humidity within the cave, while specialized lighting minimizes the risk of further degradation. Regular surveys using high-resolution imaging techniques allow conservators to track any changes in the paintings over time, enabling swift intervention when necessary. The Lascaux cave art, discovered in France in 1940, has benefited immensely from technological advancements in preservation and study. Initially, the cave was opened to the public, but this led to rapid deterioration of the ancient paintings due to changes in the cave's microclimate. In response, conservationists turned to technology to protect and document this irreplaceable cultural heritage. One of the most significant technological interventions was the creation of Lascaux II, an exact replica of the original cave. This facsimile, opened in 1983, allowed visitors to experience the art without endangering the original site. The replica was created using cutting-edge three-dimensional mapping and reproduction techniques, providing an incredibly accurate representation of the cave's contours and artwork. More recently, digital imaging and photogrammetry have revolutionized the study of Lascaux. High-resolution cameras and specialized lighting equipment have captured detailed images of the paintings, revealing aspects invisible to the naked eye. These technologies have allowed researchers to analyze pigment composition, detect underlying sketches, and even identify individual artists based on their techniques. Climate control systems now play a crucial role in preserving the original cave. Advanced sensors monitor temperature, humidity, and carbon dioxide levels, while specialized equipment maintains optimal conditions to prevent further degradation. This technological vigilance ensures that the 18,000-year-old masterpieces of Lascaux remain intact for future generations to study and admire. The Indus Valley civilization flourished in the northwestern regions of South Asia, primarily in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. This ancient society developed along the fertile floodplains of the Indus River and its tributaries, spanning an area of over 1 million square kilometers. The heartland of this civilization extended from the Ghaggar-Hakra River in the east to the Makran coast of Balochistan in the west. It reached as far north as the foothills of the Himalayas and south to the Arabian Sea coast of Gujarat in India. Major urban centers of this civilization included Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro in present-day Pakistan, and Dholavira and Lothal in India. This strategic location provided the inhabitants with rich alluvial soil for agriculture and access to important trade routes. The Indus Valley people established a sophisticated urban culture with advanced city planning, water management systems, and a writing system that remains undeciphered to this day. The civilization thrived for nearly 2 millennia, from around 3,300 BCE to 1,300 BCE, making it one of the earliest and most extensive urban cultures of the ancient world. Its discovery in the 1920s revolutionized our understanding of early human societies and their capabilities. The Indus Valley civilization flourished during the Bronze Age, reaching its peak between 3,300 and 1,900 before Common Era. This ancient urban culture developed along the Indus River and its tributaries in the northwestern regions of South Asia, spanning parts of modern-day Pakistan and northwestern India. Known for its advanced city planning and sophisticated water management systems, the Indus Valley civilization was one of the largest and most well-developed urban cultures of its time. Its major cities, including Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, featured grid-like street layouts, multi-story buildings, and elaborate drainage systems that were unparalleled in the ancient world. The civilization's economy was based on agriculture, craftsmanship, and trade, with evidence of extensive commercial networks extending as far as Mesopotamia. They developed a system of standardized weights and measures and created a yet undeciphered script found on numerous clay seals and tablets. Despite its technological advancements and cultural sophistication, the Indus Valley civilization began to decline around 1,900 before Common Era. The exact reasons for its downfall remain a subject of debate among archaeologists and historians, with theories ranging from climate change and shifting river courses to invasions and internal societal changes. The Indus Valley civilization, which flourished over 4,000 years ago, was home to several significant urban centers. Among these, 2 cities stand out as the most well-known and extensively excavated: Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. These ancient metropolises were marvels of urban planning, with grid-like street layouts, sophisticated drainage systems, and impressive architectural features. Harappa, located in present-day Pakistan, was one of the largest and most important cities of the civilization. It boasted well-designed buildings, granaries, and public baths, indicating a highly organized society. Mohenjo-Daro, also in Pakistan, was equally impressive, with its great bath, uniform buildings, and evidence of advanced metalworking and craftsmanship. Other notable urban centers included Dholavira in modern-day India, known for its sophisticated water management systems, and Lothal, famous for its dockyard, suggesting it was an important center of maritime trade. Kalibangan, Rakhigarhi, and Ganariwala were also significant cities, each contributing to our understanding of this advanced Bronze Age civilization. These cities demonstrate the remarkable achievements of the Indus Valley people in urban planning, sanitation, and social organization, rivaling other ancient civilizations of their time. Their discovery has provided invaluable insights into one of the world's earliest and most mysterious urban societies. The Indus Valley civilization, flourishing over 4,000 years ago, showcased remarkable urban planning that was far ahead of its time. These ancient cities, such as Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, exhibited a level of sophistication that would not be seen again for millennia. One of the most striking features was the grid-like layout of these cities. Streets were arranged in a precise north-south, east-west orientation, creating orderly blocks of buildings. This systematic approach to city design facilitated easy navigation and efficient use of space, concepts that would not become widespread again until much later in history. The drainage system of Indus Valley cities was another marvel of engineering. Every house was connected to a complex network of covered drains that ran alongside the streets. These drains, made of precisely laid bricks, sloped gently to carry wastewater and rainwater out of the city. This advanced sanitation system was unparalleled in the ancient world and contributed significantly to public health and cleanliness. Perhaps most impressive was the standardization evident throughout these cities. Bricks were produced in a uniform size and shape, allowing for consistent construction across the urban landscape. This standardization extended to weights and measures as well, suggesting a high degree of central planning and regulation. Such uniformity across vast distances indicates a sophisticated and well-organized society, one that valued order and efficiency in its urban environments. The Indus Valley civilization, which flourished over 4,000 years ago, left behind tantalizing clues about its writing system. Archaeologists have unearthed thousands of small clay seals and tablets bearing mysterious symbols and pictographs. These artifacts, found in sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro in modern-day Pakistan, provide the primary evidence for the existence of an Indus Valley script. The symbols appear on seals, often accompanied by animal motifs such as unicorns or bulls. They also feature on copper tablets, pottery, and even a few stone sculptures. In total, researchers have identified around 400 distinct signs, suggesting a complex writing system. However, the brevity of most inscriptions, typically containing only 5 to 6 characters, has posed significant challenges for decipherment. Despite decades of study, the Indus script remains undeciphered, leaving many questions about the civilization unanswered. Scholars debate whether it represents a full writing system or a more limited form of symbolic communication. Some researchers argue that the script shows similarities to other ancient writing systems, while others propose it developed independently. The lack of a bilingual text, such as the Rosetta Stone, that helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs, has hindered efforts to crack the code. Nevertheless, ongoing research, including computer analysis and comparative studies with other ancient languages, continues to shed light on this enigmatic script, offering hope that we may one day unlock the secrets of the Indus Valley civilization. The Indus script, a writing system used in the ancient Indus Valley civilization, remains one of the world's great undeciphered scripts, puzzling scholars for decades. Several factors contribute to the challenges in decoding this enigmatic writing system. Firstly, the lack of a bilingual text, similar to the Rosetta Stone that helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs, hampers efforts to understand the Indus script. Without a known language to compare it to, linguists struggle to find a starting point for translation. Another significant obstacle is the brevity of the existing inscriptions. Most Indus texts are extremely short, often containing only 5 to 6 symbols. This limited context makes it difficult to identify patterns or deduce grammatical structures, which are crucial for understanding any language. The absence of contemporary literary accounts about the Indus Valley civilization further complicates the decipherment process. Unlike other ancient cultures that left behind historical records or myths, we have no external sources describing the Indus people or their language, leaving researchers with little contextual information to work with. These combined challenges have kept the Indus script a tantalizing mystery, resisting numerous attempts at decipherment and continuing to intrigue scholars worldwide. The decline of the Indus Valley civilization remains a subject of ongoing research and debate among archaeologists and historians. Several theories have been proposed to explain the gradual disappearance of this once thriving ancient society. One prominent theory suggests that climate change played a significant role. Evidence indicates that the region experienced a prolonged period of drought around 4,000 years ago. This shift in climate likely led to decreased agricultural productivity, making it difficult for the civilization to sustain its large urban centers and complex social structure. Another hypothesis points to changes in river patterns, particularly the Gaga-Hakra river system. Some researchers believe that tectonic activity or altered monsoon patterns caused rivers to shift course or dry up. This would have disrupted the civilization's sophisticated irrigation systems and trade routes, leading to economic decline and eventual abandonment of major cities. Some scholars propose that internal social and political factors contributed to the civilization's downfall. They suggest that increasing social inequality, political instability, or conflicts between different groups within the society may have weakened the civilization from within. However, the absence of clear evidence of warfare or violent destruction in most Indus Valley sites has led many experts to favor environmental explanations over social ones. The Indus Valley civilization was remarkably advanced for its time, rivaling and in some ways surpassing its contemporaries in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Flourishing between 3,500 and 1,900 BCE, this ancient society demonstrated sophisticated urban planning and engineering skills that were unparalleled in the ancient world. One of the most striking features of Indus cities was their grid-like layout and advanced drainage systems. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro boasted wide, straight streets, multi-story buildings, and complex water management infrastructure. They had covered drainage channels running alongside streets and sophisticated sewage systems, including the world's first known toilets connected to a municipal network. The civilization also excelled in metallurgy and craftsmanship. Indus artisans produced intricate jewelry, pottery, and tools using materials such as gold, silver, copper, and semi-precious stones. Their standardized system of weights and measures used across a vast territory indicates a level of economic organization that was highly advanced for its time. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Indus Valley civilization developed a writing system that remains undeciphered to this day. While this makes it challenging to fully understand their culture and beliefs, the existence of such a system points to a complex society with administrative needs and possibly literary traditions. The level of social organization and technological advancement displayed by the Indus Valley civilization makes it a remarkable example of early urban development, showcasing human ingenuity and the potential for sophisticated societies to emerge in ancient times. The Indus Valley civilization has yielded a treasure trove of fascinating artifacts that offer glimpses into this ancient society. Among the most iconic discoveries are the intricately carved seals, often featuring animals like bulls and unicorns alongside undeciphered script. These seals were likely used in trade and administrative functions, highlighting the civilization's complex economic systems. Excavations have also unearthed an array of pottery, ranging from everyday utensils to ornate ceremonial vessels. The pottery often features intricate geometric patterns and depictions of animals, showcasing the artistic prowess of Indus Valley craftsmen. Another significant find is the abundance of jewelry, including necklaces, bracelets, and beads made from materials such as gold, silver, and semi-precious stones, indicating a sophisticated understanding of metallurgy and a taste for personal adornment. The cities of the Indus Valley have revealed advanced urban planning, with well-designed streets, elaborate drainage systems, and public baths. Notable architectural discoveries include the Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro, a large public water tank that may have been used for religious or ceremonial purposes. Smaller artifacts like toys, including small carts and figurines, provide insights into daily life and childhood in this ancient civilization. Perhaps most intriguing are the numerous small statues and figurines found throughout Indus Valley sites. These include the famous Dancing Girl of Mohenjo-daro, a small bronze statue that exemplifies the civilization's artistic skill and offers a rare representation of the human form from this period. These diverse artifacts paint a picture of a sophisticated, well-organized society with a rich material culture, though many aspects of their daily life and beliefs remain shrouded in mystery. Climate change research has shed new light on the decline of the Indus Valley civilization, offering valuable insights into the complex interplay between environmental factors and human societies. Recent studies have utilized advanced techniques such as isotope analysis of sediments and archaeological remains to reconstruct ancient climate patterns in the region. These investigations have revealed that the Indus Valley experienced a significant shift in climate around 4,200 years ago. This period coincided with a weakening of the summer monsoon system, which had been crucial for agricultural productivity in the region. The changing rainfall patterns led to increased aridity and reduced water availability, posing significant challenges for the Indus Valley inhabitants. Researchers have found evidence of prolonged droughts and changes in river courses, particularly affecting the Ghaggar-Hakra river system, once a lifeline for many Indus settlements. These environmental changes likely disrupted agricultural practices, trade routes, and urban water management systems that were fundamental to the civilization's prosperity. The climate research has also highlighted the Indus Valley people's attempts to adapt to these changing conditions. Archaeological evidence suggests shifts in crop choices, water conservation techniques, and settlement patterns as responses to the increasingly arid climate. However, the magnitude and rapidity of the climate change ultimately overwhelmed the civilization's adaptive capacity, contributing to its gradual decline and transformation.